for it, we must first shed our fear of it. I stand here without fear because I remember that I am here not because of the path that lies before me, but because of the path that lies behind me. I remember that for 100 years we have fought these machines. And after a century of war, I remember that which matters most. We are still here! Today, let us make them remember. We are not afraid!
Yeah, interfered here and declare your independence. Me, Ernest Hancock, here in Phoenix, Arizona, from the BEAU Tifo Studios of Freedoms of the Nest, calm. We'll be right back after I get my voice. Okay, well, we'll just start it now. All right, what we're going to do is in the third hour course, we have Trump Report with the Dr. Tamburi. So that'll be interesting. Lots of stuff going on, lots of stuff. It's always entertainment, but I mean, damn, I'm so sick of it. You guys still voting? Damn. I mean, we got to get away from all these guys. Just 62 miles away is anarchy. Anarchy's only 62 miles away straight up. 100 kilometers up, and it's like, man, we're outside all y'all's jurisdiction. What shall we do? Well, we're going to find out. It's one thing, the last couple of weeks, I've been keeping the Gateway Project. Gateway is a group of people came together to design a space station. 2001 Space Odyssey, big giant, spinning Hilton. Yeah, you guys, I don't know if you guys remember, that big space station in 2001 was a Hilton. And going to it was Pan Am. They didn't even think it was going to be like a NASA thing or something. Of course it was going to be private industry that did all this stuff. Well, that's what's winding up happening. A private industry be doing the stuff. So it's interesting to watch all this. I saw there's an article, India is landing on the moon. India. They don't have an astronaut, but India has got their own rovers. Then we just had last week, what is it, White Rabbit or Jade Rabbit or something. It was one of the Chinese rovers. I know they had Jade Rabbit, and then they had another. I don't know if it was that one or another one. They're getting more. China had a rover on the dark side of the moon, and it went through some gelatinous white, lighter colored soil of what the heck is this? It's like the Blob. If it was a biological, it would have taken it over and turned into a big monster and went in the movie theater and ate everybody. But seeing as how it's reality, it's a big blob that ate the monster, turned into a monster by eating the robot and went in the theater and ate everybody. But if there's something that it got, and we'll find out about that later. I'm like, 3 weeks. But there's a lot of interesting things. Oh, SpaceX is having, you thought they just had the big Falcon rocket? No! Interplanetary transport system, was that ITS. So interplanetary transport system is a bigger one, and it's twice the size. And I'll show you some graphics here in a little bit. But it is, it was 18, it's, I gotta get the right measurements. It's like 9 meters on one, 18 on the big one, and then the other one's going to be like double that. It's like, 30 meters across or so. It's a big, fat, juicy rocket. Now, one, they have Falcon 9 Dragon capsule with, 7, 8 guys or something. Then you have the BFR that would go, they call it Starship, and it would be, I think it was a couple hundred people, and then this other one is 1,000. And the one with 1,000, send a bunch to Mars, and then you got like 1,000, but it's also for the planetary. Just going, you got 1,000 people and that'd be a $300 ticket, and boom, you're in Tokyo in 40 minutes. So I'm going, yep. Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. And it's all, the fuel. It's the Raptor engines. He's been working on that when they first started doing the Merlin engine back in, when was this? It was a long time ago. 6, 7. I remember us covering it early days of Freedom's Phoenix. Pal Gamble and I would, have the live feed from where was it? Marshall Islands, I think it was. It was out in the Pacific somewhere, some launch thing. And it was until the third time or more that it worked. It was always, this bolt went and this washer wasn't and this connection of and salt air got to and all kinds of stuff and things happened. But he was running out of money. And finally he got one in the, I didn't know if did it go orbit? And when he did that, and the Merlin engine finally, powered rocket, finally made it, boom, then NASA says, okay, here's some money, for something. If it wasn't for that, they wouldn't have made it. So they, here comes SpaceX. So SpaceX, from the beginning, his whole goal, a lot of people don't remember how this started. He just wanted to inspire and put a little plant on the red planet window in the background, add some water, and you get a green leaf, and ha ha ha, and I got my logo, ain't cool. And we'll go do something. And it just got to be, wow, are we that stifled with government, with, inertia, just kind of stuck? And he goes, why is it 100 times more to build a 747 that's pointed up without wings? Why is that? Who did that? He goes, how much is titanium and aluminum? Well, I can buy rolls of that and do it myself, right? All right, well, let's do that. So that's kind of basically what happened. And they built their own engine. He goes, God, man, this, I can read a book. What there's not papers on this stuff. Hire a couple of scientists, rock and roll and whatnot. So they did. That was the Merlin engine. Merlin is what does Falcon 9, but they needed a more powerful engine, and he wanted to use methane, I think it is. And the reason is because from carbon dioxide from the atmosphere of Mars and, cracking of water and whatever else you need to do, boom, you got oxidizer and methane, and you can refuel on Mars. So what's the first thing they're sending there? Stuff to make more fuel. Ha, 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 ha. So you can get back. Because that was one of the things, one-way ticket to Mars. People going, no. So I think he said, I'd like to go, I'd come back. And then he would say his famous saying, I want to die on Mars, preferably not on impact. And you go, okay, I can see that. Now, there was a presentation that he and, what's his name, Jack Ma, the guy that's the owner of Alibaba, which is like the, big giant Amazon of China, and you buy by the pallet. So he's like Sam's Club to Amazon's Walmart or something. By the pallet. So he and Elon were on the stage, and they're talking about the future and what's going to happen and so on. Jack Ma was saying, artificial intelligence, nothing to worry about. Move along. It's all good. It'll be great, and we'll all have our own robot. Elon was like, we're in trouble. It's not going to be a little bit smarter. It's going to be warp speed, oh my God, smarter. And if we can't beat them, which we're not going to be able to, we need to join them. We need to be able to have access to the same kinds of, and add our distinctiveness to the collective of the Borg, cyborg or something, And so he's advocating that Neuralink, which will be, it sews like a sewing machine in your brain. You get all these electrodes in different parts of your brain that gives you an interface with the internet. And you go, yeah, okay, you first. But he's like, to think that this artificial intelligence, even a little bit better, a little bit over a long enough time, and all of a sudden it's your overlord. And that's just what he's worried about. And we're going to Mars. So what's Jack Ma say? Oh, we got to take care of stuff here on Earth. You're doing it wrong. You should be sitting here on Earth. He's going, well, I'm helping.
From the second letter of Captain Mark. Any pirate knows that commerce is communication. Markets condense oceans of information into a single price. Innovations in communication are circumventing the scrutiny of the Crown. This signals a change in the coin of the realm. The Crown uses digital currency to surveil, censor, seize, and destroy wealth at will, so pirate currency must protect us from this weaponized money. We need to move funds further, faster, cheaper, and without third-party observation, basing decisions on an accelerating flow of information. So pirates require nearly instantaneous transactions with no arbitrary limits on volume or artificial influences on fees. Most importantly, a pirate currency must preclude centralization. Otherwise, it will become another link in our chain to the Crown. A superior currency will result in the obsolescence of the coin of the realm and the extinction of the Crown itself. Trade above the grid. Join us at pirateswithoutborders.com.
Email is easy, instant, and free, and that can be real embarrassing. Email lacks the eye contact and body language you get in face-to-face conversation, or the tone of voice and other nuance you hear in a telephone conversation. Email is just words, often few words. We're all smothering in spam, so we often reply in terse fashion that's easy to misunderstand. And email doesn't cost you a postage stamp, and it lacks the deliberation time it'd take to walk to the snail mail box, so it's easy to succumb to the "oh yeah" stimulus response trap. When in doubt, don't snap back at snippy messages you get. You may have mistaken the sender's intent. And unless you're sending AOL to AOL, there's no unsend. For more tips on critical communication skills for the way things are now, hit survivalspeech.com. I'm Holland Cook.
Are you tired of governments murdering people around the world? Stop using their money. There is an alternative. Bitcoin is a stateless, free market, non-political currency. Bitcoin cannot be inflated or controlled by any government. By using their money, you are helping the state. Stop doing it. You have an incredible alternative available now. Learn it, use it, spread it.
Get started with Bitcoin at bitcoin.com. That's bitcoin.com.
The LRN.FM social media channels have been revamped. We've eliminated Facebook and focused on other platforms like Twitter and Mastodon, the decentralized alternative to Twitter. On our accounts, you'll find posts from multiple LRN.FM show hosts together in one place. Follow us on Twitter at twitter.lrn.fm, or better yet, move to the decentralized Mastodon social media platform at toot.lrn.fm, toot.lrn.fm. I think you'll like it.
Don't you hate that feeling in the pit of your stomach when the police pull you over? Most people have no idea how to handle it properly, and they promptly get fed into the municipal fee-generating meat grinder. Or maybe you recall that feeling you get when you go to the mailbox and see one or more letters from the IRS. You get a sense of impending doom, don't you? So let me ask you, if you could learn how to use the law to beat the IRS, traffic tickets, almost any courtroom scenario, collectors, credit card debt, and even mortgage debt because of fraud perpetrated against you, would that be worth knowing about? Don't laugh. Investigate. Check out the life-changing benefits of the Lighthouse Law Club at their website, lighthouselaw.club. That's lighthouselaw.club. And while you're at it, visit the Lighthouse Law Club YouTube channel. You might be in for a pleasant surprise.
Now you can follow LRN.FM on the decentralized Mastodon social media platform at toot.lrn.fm, toot.lrn.fm.
Roads? It's the Ernest Hancock Show. Where we're going, there aren't any roads.
New World Order in Meltdown. This is one of the more popular articles over the weekend. What Donna's done when I don't have a guest, in the first hour or so, she'll go through all of the listing by popularity on the shows over the weekend. And one was the show I did with James Corbett last Wednesday. We were talking about Cadillactics versus economy and a bunch of other stuff, and he and I Man, anyway, so he put it up on his site, and boom, they'll get you, fixed up with a bunch of Corbettiers up there. Now, the conversation there kind of went the same as, what I'm going to talk about here in this segment. There is a lot of revelation that's coming out, and I guess their AI could see it. Or hell, anybody that had any intelligence could see it, that there is an awakening happening worldwide. This is planetary. And you may have heard me talk about it before, and I go, this is not a geographical thing. It's a generational thing. This is not, just, Hong Kong. This isn't like, in Moscow. This isn't just, in Italy and France and Paris and London and all the stuff that's going on with Brexit and everything else and the U.S. and Trump and blah, blah, blah. It's not just any one of it's a generational thing. It's a revelation to individuals. And all they have to do as individuals is, hey, don't believe me anymore on that. I don't have to have that. I'm more worried about that. Just a little bit, and their entire politics, marketing campaigns, retail outlets, social media platforms, everything is based on your general public opinion of good or bad or a little bit, or I got to have this in the next, G.I. Joe, the Kung Fu grip. I mean, for Christmas. I mean, whatever it is, that's the next, everybody's centered around that. And what it has been for a long time, years, has been the communication devices. It's, your phones and so on. So your laptops and your tablets and your wristwatches and your earbuds and all that, to the point to where you get, okay, I'm good. I'm caught up. Now what? You get me a response time and speed down to, 200 milliseconds to only 100 milliseconds. At some point, I can't tell the difference. What do you do then? Well, it's more interface with your brain. It's more reading. Samsung wants to read your mind. Amazon sure as heck does. Now, all these guys, they want to be able, it's anticipatory computing. It's what, it's deja vu. Think of this. Deja vu, just imagine, okay? Let's take off your rational cap here for a second. Just imagine, okay? Now, there's been some research on this. I did read it years ago and basically went like this. Deja vu, to where you get kind of that, I did this before feeling, or it's kind of, they're saying it's one of two things, or it's one of a bunch of things. One, you're whacked. But the big thing is that when you are experiencing the feeling that you've been somewhere before, or that it's kind of a clairvoyant foretelling of. You're sitting, you're going, I've been through. Whenever I get that, I just learned, over time, decades of life, I go, that's a sign. It means that I'm supposed to pay attention. It's like, whoa, okay, check your six, look behind you. No asteroid coming. There's not, just take a look and see what's around. Whenever I get that feeling, okay, why did I get that feeling? It's kind of, I just take the moment to just, take the 3-5 seconds to just be aware of your surroundings. And why would you have deja vu? Why would that happen? How does that happen? Well, a lot of people think you have short and long-term memory. When you go into, as you're recording stuff, if it goes into your long-term memory and then it kind of comes back, it makes it seem like you relived something, and it's just a loop that you put in that just happened 3 seconds ago. But you think it came from long-term memory, that you did it before. So there's that theory. It's just, hey man, it's just it just got sent in the wrong file and made it seem like you'd done it before. Okay, there's that. The other one is a quantum thing. They're going, as a survival trait, an instinct, if you're going around the corner, if you get just a little bit of EBGB, that there's a saber-toothed tiger around the bend, then you're like, I'll go this way, okay? So it may have been a survival thing. Well, then that means that you'd have to be in the quantum realm, that you're kind of, looking into the future, you got time things, nothing surprises me anymore. And they're talking about different animals do this, and one that's how birds navigate, is they got some kind of a quantum field compass with a little lodestone of magnetic in their brain of I know exactly where I'm at. I'm a salmon. I know exactly where I need to go. Now, don't you find that interesting? How the hell do they know is a little bit to make it back up to the one stream of what? Is it a smell? Is it it's kind of a GPS-y, something. Well, this is what they're talking, all this quantum stuff that some animals in some situations are, and there was an experiment with birds on this. They did like a bowl that they got caught in, and it was a scratch thing that they would be able to tell which direction that they were focused on something. I mean, that's a long time since I watched that, but the ability to tap into something else could be a survival trait. Well, are we tapping into something now? Is there a collective consciousness? Is there a planetary brain? Is there Gaia? Is it Pandora? These things have been thought about, and they made a movie about it. Like to see it? Here we go. So, are we feeling something? It's all about just general public opinion. And as you get enough data and enough examples and enough, even the noise. This is when I talked to Bob Prechter that does the Elliott wave. Now, Elliott wave is a chaos theory given form. And what they're talking about is any repeating cycle, anything, the weather, floods, earthquakes, whatever it is part of a natural system that has a pattern. There's always patterns in life. I mean, I guess you get like asteroids will mess up your pattern, but that's part of the pattern. If you get in a bigger, thing of asteroid strikes on Earth over, billions of years. Well, then you go and you look at the pattern. Well, okay, there's kind of a pattern there. Well, that has a kind of a pattern on, evolution or development or, floods or whatever. I mean, there's a pattern. Whenever you have life, there's a pattern. When you have entropy, this is where you get into blockchain stuff and computer science and all this kind of stuff. Got to have entropy. What the heck is entropy? Entropy is just chaos, randomness. Is anything really that random? Well, certainly from my little myopic view, sure as hell is. But, you have all of these patterns. Well, there's a pattern coming. I can feel it. Can you feel it? Do you feel it? You got your little quantum lodestone brain molecule in there working? Do you? Well, that's what we'll go over a little bit. What are some of the patterns? Big patterns. Big, giant, humongous for long time patterns. Be right back.
So you've signed the Shire Society Declaration and are planning your move to New Hampshire to be around more liberty-oriented people. Next, sign up for the Shire Society Forum at forum.shiresociety.com. There are a bunch of people there who are already in the Shire, and they want to meet you. If you're already in the Shire physically, you should also come by the forums. Remember, not everyone uses Facebook. New people are signing up for the Shire Society Forum every month, so drop in and say hello at forum.shiresociety.com.
Imagine someone in your community getting in their car, turning on the radio, and hearing the Liberty Radio Network. You can make that vision a reality with your own micro radio station. Visit broadcast.lrn.fm to learn how you can put our programs on the air in your area. You can have LRN.FM running around the clock, and you can even add in your own local shows. Building a radio station is simple, but programming isn't. That's where LRN.FM comes in. Learn more at broadcast.lrn.fm. That's broadcast.lrn.fm. Free Talk Live.
Do you think it's a respectable job to go around and threaten people over parking somewhere?
You're intentionally misrepresenting what a parking attendant does.
What do they do?
I don't think they threaten people in that manner. They write tickets.
What do you think a ticket is?
Annoying.
The ticket's a threat.
This is why I think you come off so bad in those videos. This is not how people act in the real world. It's very unusual.
The parking enforcers are issuing threats, and that's what a ticket is. If you don't pay the ticket, there's a consequence behind that. They'll tow your car. In some cases, they'll boot your car. It depends on what city. The people that work downtown, a lot of them loved the Robin Hooders because the Robin Hooders would regularly save. These are the people who are putting change in expired parking meters downtown. They would regularly save downtown denizens, people who are working or living downtown, from getting multiple parking tickets every month.
Free Talk Live, 7 nights a week from 7 to 10 Eastern, live on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM.
The new 4th edition of Healing Our World, The Compassion of Libertarianism will take your understanding of liberty to a deeper level and has over 1,300 updated references, new cartoons, and a foreword by Dr. Ron Paul. With discounts for multiple book purchases, the 4th edition of Healing Our World is a great gift for the liberals, pragmatists, environmentalists, and Christians in your life who think libertarianism is cold-hearted. Get yours today at healing.freetalklive.com and use promo code FTL for a $5 discount. Some of you asked, and now we've delivered. LRN.FM's live Keene, New Hampshire studio shows are now streamed in HD on Twitch. Visit our channel at twitch.lrn.fm and give it a follow. If you have Amazon Prime, you get 1 free subscription on Twitch. If you use it on our channel, Twitch will give LRN.FM a monthly piece of your Prime subscription cost. So please watch, follow, share, and subscribe to twitch.lrn.fm. That's twitch.lrn.fm. Is spreading the message of liberty, cryptocurrency, and peace around the globe worth $2 per month to you? As you may already know, in addition to our internet feed, LRN.FM broadcasts on free-to-air satellite across North and Central America, as well as Sub-Saharan Africa. And we've been available on satellite for free 24/7 since 2010. The LRN.FM free-to-air satellite signal is reaching some of the most oppressive regimes in the world, and there's no doubt our ideas are making an impact. You can learn more about the channel's impact by watching the 3-minute video at fund.lrn.fm. If you'd like to help free minds globally with our ideas of liberty, cryptocurrency, and peace, you can donate as little as $2 per month via fund.lrn.fm. You can help us continue and expand our satellite broadcast to multiple continents. Visit fund.lrn.fm today, and thank you for your help. Don't forget to share the link on social media. That's fund.lrn.fm.
This is the Liberty Radio Network, broadcasting the latest liberty-oriented audio content 24 hours a day at LRN.FM.
It's time for Declare Your Independence with Ernest Hancock. To be a part of the show, call 602-264-2800.
New World Order in meltdown. Yep, just do a search on that and it'll pop up. Certainly, and it's on Freedom's Phoenix. This is pretty much what we've all seen coming. Now, it was written by John Helevig via the Saker blog. Now, this is on Zero Hedge where we came across it. And I looked at it and I read, yep. I should read that and let's put it up. And then, but the audience, they went, readers, man, they went, woo, they've been affording this one. They were looking, so it just solidifies everything that we've been talking about, national debts around the world, all the sanctions on this and different economies and how they're coming up and who owes whom what and how and why and so on. Russia, China, two different. I tell you, China's really gone merca and done big, giant debt. They just, you can just print money? Okay, we can do that, So it's, they're falling down the same rabbit hole here. Russia a little bit different. And they've been thinking that Russia is all dependent on its petroleum production. And not so much. As, it's not like the Middle East sheikdoms. They go, hey, man, we got a bank account. It's called a lake of oil underneath the sand over there. We just need more. Okay, we'll just pump more. Oh, it's a third what it was. It's half what it was at least. And okay, we'll just pump more. Well, then it goes down. Oh, it's only 30% of what it was worth before. Okay, I guess we got to pump a lot more. So this is, they don't care, and they're so dependent on it. And then their people, all expect and want and give me, and then when you don't do it, Yemen. That's what all that is about. You have people that dissent and don't like it, and we don't like Yemen. And then we got a bomb for you. So there's a lot of stuff going on. It shouldn't even be not our problem. I don't even have an opinion. It's like, nope, not my, but that's not what's happening. It's everybody, you've got to get up in their business. Well, with my tax money, I prefer not. Now, the New World Order and what they're yakking about is Macron from France is going, yeah, we're in trouble. And he should know. He's Mr. Goldman Sachs in Europe kind of guy. He has him and his wife have like friends and stuff in high places. And they look down their nose at that uncouth individual, Trump. He is so uncouth, he should not be allowed to be president. The people are so dumb that they blah, 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 blah. Yeah, that's what they're doing. Now, from this article, I'm going to read a couple of excerpts here that I highlighted, and you kind of get the gist of it without them going, because it's a long article. God, how many pages is this thing? Yeah, it's probably 5,000, 6,000 words. All right. Perhaps the weirdest news to crown it all came from Jackson Hole, Wyoming, where the Western central bankers were holed up for their annual retreat. Okay, so when you hear Jackson Hole, Wyoming, which is where Dick Cheney would always vacation for some reason because that's where the money is. But, go fishing and such. Now, Jackson Hole is where the central bankers in this whole Western democracy world of central banking, they'll come and they'll hang out and let's have an annual retreat. Yeah, that's it. We're going to have a meeting. The president of Bank of England, Mark Carney. So here you have the president of the Bank of England. Now, he used to be Canada, I think. He had something to do with Canada. And I think it was, a banking guy. Well, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, England, it's all the same thing. It's Commonwealth of, and they got the Queen on their money. That kind of thing. So if you say the president of the Bank of England used to be with Canada, that's just the way it works. Carney shocked everybody, at least those not present, by announcing that the U.S. dollar was past its best before and should be replaced with something the central bankers have up their sleeves, which is what? They want to go to digital currency. What these events have in common is that they amount to an admission that the globalist New World Order project in its present form is dead, or at least in its death throes. Now, this was Macron kept going on about it, and, yakety yakety. All right, here's another part. In the report, he said, this is the gentleman that wrote this, John Helvig. He'd been writing about this for a while, and then the 2014 crisis with the Russian economy thing, and he wrote a report. In that report, he set out to show that Russia indeed had modernized and diversified its economy, that it had a vibrant manufacturing industry in addition to its energy and minerals sector. See, that's another thing. Russia is big. They go all the way, from the Baltic to the Pacific up there, and they got like Siberia. They got all kinds of goodies, all right? It's like a whole bunch of Montanas, all right? So they got plenty. They're going to be just fine. Okay, let's see. In addition, mineral sector. And that its budget revenues and economy at large were not at all as dependent on oil and gas as it was claimed. Among other things, we pointed out that Russia's industrial production had by then grown more than 50% between 2000 and 2013, while having undergone a total modernization at the same time. In the same period, production of food had surged by 100% and exports had skyrocketed by almost 400%, outdoing all major Western countries. Even the growth of exports of other than oil and gas products had been 250%. The gist of the study may be summarized with this quote from it. The crisis-torn economy, battered by years of robber capitalism and anarchy of the 90s, which Putin inherited in 2000, has now reached sufficient maturity to justify a belief that Russia can make the industrial breakthrough that the president has announced. Now, they were talking about what they were going to do, and they did it, okay? But it was what? Under the direction of a gold of something, what was holding them back? It was the petrodollar. the reserves of you got to do it with this and kind of prop us up, and if you want to be part of, and you got to and be with, and they go, we'll just do this BRICS thing, which we just over the weekend, there was an article up there to where they go, I think it was the Indian guy, because BRICS is Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, okay? That's what BRICS stands for. And what they did is they wanted to create a monetary system, reserve currency, something to compete with the petrodollar, because it controlled too much. And Iran, you're not towing the line. Well, you're not allowed to participate in the money transfer system of SWIFT, and you're not allowed. And they go, yeah, we'll just do something else. Well, then they admitted, which was not like a big giant secret, we did this in direct response to the petrodollar. It's going to go down, or we want it to go down, or help it go down, but it's going down either way. And we have a backup something else. Well, what's that something else? Well, then you got this Kerry guy going into Jackson Hole, and what does he say? You know what? I think we need, Carney. Carney goes, I think we need a digital currency, and we'll make it in America. And they're going to use special drawing rights, which is we've been hearing about this for a long, since the 90s, at least that I know of. SDR, special drawing rights, which is just a basket of in the club currencies that make up another one. So you got it's like this tranches that they did with the subprime loans and so on that they did on these homes that they repackage mortgages in The Big Short. If you couldn't sell, they're all crap. They're going down. They're not paying their mortgage. These are. But we repackage them. We stack them into a new pile, and it's AAA. This is what's going on. They're just repackaging crap. Well, what happens if they're honest with it? Now, when we come back, I want to focus on this because they're talking about the honesty of numbers. And if you use the same ruler for everybody, who's doing better and why? We'll see.
Crimes of the Crown by Captain Mark. The Crown casts the world in shadow and claims to be our guiding light. Cowards clamor for security from boogeymen and ghost stories, while I say these hobgoblins are imaginary. I say those they propped up as our liberators are now subsisting on our bondage. I say there is freedom in the black, and that's exactly where we intend to go. The Crown banishes its own officers for exposing its crimes and tortures dissidents to the brink of madness. It dominates the globe and swallows the wealth of generations, leaving only blood and excrement. The Crown calls it piracy to explore frontiers beyond its grasp. So the time has come for us to define the conduct among pirates. I say the Crown has trampled our necks long enough. Need decentralized solutions to centralized problems? Looking for a community of like-minded scoundrels? Or just want some swag to let the Crown know what you think of it? Join the conversation at pirateswithoutborders.com. We won't be hard to find.
Cell 411 is a free app for Android and iOS that replaces government-controlled 911. Cell 411 allows you to preset a group of friends or private organizations to show up at any emergency. Cell 411 is a nightmare for the state because it proves their so-called services aren't needed. Cell 411 has had thousands of installs, and of course it's covered by the BIPCOT no government license. Cell 411 because your friends won't shoot you when you're in trouble. Without the government, who would build the emergency services? You and Cell 411. Get it today at getcell411.com.
Did you know you can listen to LRN.FM via our free-to-air satellite channels? We have channels over nearly all of North America and much of Africa. All you need is an affordable receiver and a dish as small as 30 inches. There are no monthly fees. Learn more at sat.lrn.fm. Plus, if you are a broadcaster or want to be one, this is a good delivery method for our content. See our coverage maps and get details at sat.lrn.fm. That's sat.lrn.fm. sat.lrn.fm.
Are you a cryptocurrency advocate? The Crypto Tip is the ideal outreach tool to help new people discover cryptocurrency. It's a printable business card-sized tip that you can give to service providers, preferably in addition to a good cash tip. When the server scans the QR code, it'll bring up an explanation of cryptocurrency, how to install a wallet, and allow them to claim the tip. If they don't claim the crypto, you get your tip refunded to you after a time period you specify. Plus, if they do claim the tip, you get an email alert. Create as many tips as you want at cryptotip.org. That's cryptotip.org.
Now that you've found the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM, you may want to help expose others to our great programs. To assist you in doing so, you'll find resources at promote.lrn.fm, including details on how to get a free bumper sticker, quarter-page flyers you can print out and distribute, banners for your website, as well as files that will allow you to make your own custom banners and graphics. Visit promote.lrn.fm and help bring new listeners to the Liberty Radio Network. That's promote.lrn.fm.
I've been told no in many different ways.
I give you an order and you're going to obey it.
George, you can go this way. You can't do that and you have to leave here.
You cannot bring signs into the rally.
Walk with me. Well, I'm comfortable here, actually. Whoa. Hey. Who do you think you are? Excuse me.
There is no video and audio allowed in this office.
No, I have work today.
You ain't going to make it.
Wait a minute.
Hey! Oh my God! Unbelievable!
Why are you running from me? Because you're scared me. What am I being detained for?
You're being served.
What is this?
You're being served.
What is this? Bureaucrats have a funny way of telling people no.
That's the sound of the men working on the chain.
Derek J's Victimless Crime Spree. Watch it for free and order the Director's Cut DVD at victimlesscrimespree.com.
You can sign up to receive the latest about the Liberty Radio Network via our email updates at updates.lrn.fm. That's updates.lrn.fm.
Freedom is the answer. What's the question?
I want to break free.
You're listening to Ernest Hancock.
I want to break free.
I
want to break free from your lies. You're so self-satisfied. I don't need you. I've got to break free.
Uncovering the secrets and exposing the lies. What? Yeah, man, that's a powerful thing. I mean, like, what? Uncover what secret? Expose what lie? We need government. Not. You know, it's been, I don't know what's going to come later, but it's going to be different. I can guarantee that. You know, it's just going to be, it's one thing when we had Gerald Salente on last week, and he's all about direct democracy. Man, you want to have democracy? All right, we all get to vote and all the time with my, super duper blockchain voting pen or something. We're going to, all right. I hate the idea that I got to convince somebody else of my freedom or something. I don't need your vote. I'm just, leave me alonist. All right, well, we'll see what happens. I'm, leaf on the wind, but with a warp engine. Go where I want. All right. The world order is being shaken like never before. That was another quote from Macron. Obviously, it refers to the military and geopolitical strengths of the Sino-Russian alliance, Russia-China. But certainly also to the economic shifts as the West has lost and will keep losing its economic domination. This brings us back to Mark Carney of the Bank of England and his unprecedented attack on the U.S. dollar, arguing that it was time to end its global reserve currency status. Oh, why was he there at Jackson Hole with the central bankers? They're making this claim. As one option, Carney brought up that the major Western central banks would instead issue a digital cryptocurrency. That is to say, a new world order currency controlled by the central banks. Of course, Goldman Sachs.gov coin. I guarantee it. And Bitcoin has to choose which side. It has chosen. We will be compliant. There's compliance and not so compliant. And if you cannot be compliant enough to where those won't create their own cryptocurrency. What, you think they can't do it? Hey, you guys did. How many 13-year-olds got well, come work for us and help us. We want to do this and this and this. It's programmable money. It's just another link in your chain to the crown. Now they're gonna control. You shall not be able to buy or sell the mark of the beast. And you don't think so? What do you think's happening in China right now? This is a concept that in the Bible that at least they understood the desires of the crown. It is everything. You got the mark of the crown, huh? Do you? On your forehead, your hand? What, you think this is hard to figure out? If they can, they are. Well, now they can. They're going to be able to flip. What do you think's happening to all these dissidents in China? They'll let it go. They'll get everybody on camera. They'll get facial recognition of. They'll get them one time with their mask off. They'll get, we identify, arrest. Arrest, identify, arrest. Identify, arrest, identify, arrest. I mean, this is what's going on right now. And a lot of times you would have the instigators, let's go storm the whatever. And a bunch of guys line up, and the guy saying that work for the government. They just want to know who show up. It's all, let's go show up and show our fate, and kind of we'll get wrapped up in the orange, crowd control fence and plastic stuff and get put under a bridge. I mean, this happens all the time. And if you're challenging the system, and where do you challenge the system? A lot of it is when it's politics. It's the Democrat, Republican convention of the whatever, and you go and you complain. Ooh, they got a makeshift cell for your butt, which happens all the time. I've covered this over and over. I go, what'd you think was going to happen? It's not that. That's just a visual for somebody else to offer. Deal with me, or you deal with the hordes that we created over here and paid on Craigslist to go stand somewhere. Okay, these crowds are way more manufactured than you realize. You think you're having some kind of voice, but you better do it. Be more creative. I tell you, you do it where you're spending your freaking money. Educating other people. So we're going to be doing with Freedom's Phoenix. We've been working on hitting it hard for the last couple of months, and it originally was a social media platform. It was an internal. We had our own. We still do. We have our own email. You got your own different subscription levels. We're going to turn all that back on. And the reason we stopped doing it is just the technology wasn't there to a little bitty, group like us could afford the big giant server. Now it's not that hard. So we could handle thousands of subscribers having full interface questioning, querying, doing whip ass and being the center of the universe for activists of sharing the education to the people, uncovering the secrets and exposing the lies by thousands of individuals with the resources of. Okay, I can do that. Let's do that. Real song about it. Like, here you go. Woo! So that's because no one else is. We're going because we can. That's just get over it. Now, one of the summarize this introduction that the gentleman had. Well, there's one more quote here I wanted to talk about. The central bankers acknowledged that they reached a turning point in the way they viewed the global system. They cannot rely on the tools they used before the financial crisis to shape the economic environment. And the U.S. can no longer be considered a predictable actor in economic or trade policy, even though there is no imminent replacement for the U.S. dollar in sight. And I'm saying, no official that they have. They're going, well, we haven't picked one, so it's not going to happen. I'm like, oh man, these guys don't get it. The Western world is in turmoil. This is kind of the summarize. The Western world is in turmoil. The previous overwhelming geopolitical domination is gone and over with. Military solutions against the main adversaries like China and Russia are off the books. Well, maybe not off the books as much as they think. Hybrid wars against them have failed. China and Russia are economically stronger than ever, too strong for the adversary. And to boot, the domestic Western economies are in extraordinarily bad shape, risking a depression of epic proportions. Risking. I think it's already here. But anyway, this astronomical leverage and the humongous budget deficits of the Western countries didn't get the real economy anywhere. They have blown up asset bubbles of phantasmagorical proportions with preciously little trickle down. Now, see, this is all the concept of, well, it'll trickle down economics, voodoo economics, this economics, whatever. And I've, Laffer curves. I've been through every single one of these cons that they've been perpetrating on the people for every election since. It works. They do it again because it worked, and they're going to do it again until it doesn't work. And I think we're getting into the doesn't work anymore. This is going to be so because there's options. There's mobility in wealth online. You can move it anywhere. You do a brain wallet. All right, let me describe this. A brain wallet is you can put in any phrase. You're better off you got random code of characters that, man, it's a pain in the butt to type it in, or you convert it to a QR code or something like that if you're good at keeping stuff secret and tattooing it inside your lip or something. But, this is, if you can do this and you can remember a long phrase or a passage and you put some punctuation, whatever, to keep it complicated, you have created a wallet that you can put digital currency into on a piece of paper or many different pieces of paper and take your wealth and put it in $10,000 bills for all you care. And you even have copies of it. You can hide it and do it and put it, and I got my money. You don't have to, haul around gold on your spaceship. You don't have to, have a physical place for it to be. You don't got to bury it. You got to spread it amongst your family. You just got to remember a phrase, a series of characters and numbers and whatever. And boom, shakalaka, I can go anywhere I want with my money. This has been the first time that has happened. And people in some countries that have all these cash controls on them, that's exactly what's going on. What shall we do when the next crash comes? Well, let me tell you what's going to come after it. A digital, New World Order, central bank, cryptocurrency with strings. But it's going to be, in the early days, it'll be all great and wonderful, and we learned our lesson, and then they're going to start programming. They're going to start turning off. You think dissidents in China, they can't get airline tickets, they can't ride the train, they can't get their kids into certain school. You're a dissident or whatever, what's to stop them from turning off your money? And you're done. Are you done? Think about it.
On Free Talk Live, we're bringing people to the ideas of liberty every day. From wrestling superstars like Glenn Jacobs.
You guys really are having an impact, I believe. Like I said, a lot of where I am now is due to listening to Free Talk Live. You changed my mind on some very important issues years ago.
To random people tuning in on the radio.
I was kind of stuck in the left-right paradigm. I heard your show by chance on a Saturday night. From there, I went on, joined the Free State Project, and become an amplifier. So, that's really the reason why I amp is because I know that if it wasn't for you guys being on as many stations as you are, I never would have found the ideas of liberty.
Your amp will directly change more lives by getting Free Talk Live in front of people looking for talk radio and on the air. When you amp Free Talk Live, you get perks like access to the AMP-only Facebook group and AMP podcast. Visit amp.freetalklive.com. There are lots of ways to listen to Free Talk Live. Our podcast has been around since podcasts began, and now the FTL feed is loaded with content besides our full show archives. Did you know that we make it easy for you to customize your podcast subscriptions? We have different feeds, one that includes only our full shows, one with just the Daily Digest, and one with just the Edgington Post. You decide what you listen to. It's quick and easy to customize your feeds at feeds.freetalklive.com. That's feeds.freetalklive.com.
Are you tired of your taxes funding endless occupations around the world? Antiwar.com is run by people who understand that wars abroad become wars at home, wars on our freedoms. Antiwar.com is dedicated to bringing you the latest in news, views, interviews, and reviews from the top movers and shakers in the anti-occupation movement. Antiwar.com has it all, from thorough foreign policy analysis to interviews with whistleblowers who used to run the military-industrial complex. Anti-war, pro-free market. That's antiwar.com.
Declare your independence with Ernest Hancock continues after the news, live on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM.
This is the Liberty Beat, your daily source for liberty news and activist updates. Produced in partnership with SNLS News and listeners like you. online at libertybeat.news and snls.news. I'm Mick Murrow with your latest edition of the Liberty Beat. Gold is trading at $1,521, silver at $18.37, and Bitcoin is trading around $10,391. Today's prices are brought to you by InnoScale. Take off with Managed Cloud. Looking for a safe, secure way to store your important files online? Let InnoScale handle it for you. Their high-availability cloud servers are the perfect solution for clients needing one or more secure, scalable servers with built-in hardware failover protection. For details, see them online at innoscale.net. In the news, they started off by saying the Pledge of Allegiance. 10 minutes later, they were reading the text of a resolution claiming the existence of, quote, overwhelming evidence, end quote, that pre-planted explosives caused the destruction of the 3 World Trade Center buildings. And so it was on July 24th of this year. Nearly 18 years after the horrific attacks that traumatized a nation and changed the world forever, the Franklin Square and Munson Fire District, which oversees a volunteer fire department serving a hamlet of 30,000 residents just outside of Queens, New York, became the first legislative body in the country to officially support a new investigation into the events of 9/11. The resolution, drafted and introduced by Commissioner Christopher Gioia, was unanimously approved by the 5 commissioners. Members of the audience, including the families of fallen firefighters Thomas Hetzel and Robert Evans, both Franklin Square natives, joined in solemn but celebratory applause after the 5th I was spoken. The Liberty Beat is sponsored in part by Brave Botanicals. High-quality kratom and CBD at reasonable prices with excellent customer service. Brave Botanicals is activist-owned and mission-driven and believes so strongly in the power of kratom, they're giving it away for free. Just go to freeounceofkratom.com for a free ounce of kratom delivered to your door. Just pay shipping. That's freeounceofkratom.com. This is the latest edition of the Liberty Beat. Find us online at libertybeat.news and snls.news. Your news now continues. Scientists from the Dana-Farber Cancer Institute at Harvard University recently discovered something that could change cancer treatment forever. The Mind Unleashed reports that in the study, Harvard researchers learned that a compound in the cannabis plant called flavonoids can be used in the treatment of pancreatic cancer, one of the deadliest forms of cancer, with a survival rate of only 20% within 1 year. Flavonoids are a common compound found in most plants, fruits, and vegetables. But the drug used to treat cancer, called FBL03G, is specifically synthesized from the cannabis plant. The discovery could provide much-needed hope and relief to patients with an illness that has only an 8% 5-year survival rate. Although pancreatic cancer only affects 3% of all cancer patients in America, it's on track to become the second leading cause of cancer-related death in America by as early as 2020. The state of Illinois recently passed a bill to legalize the sale of recreational marijuana, but not everyone is happy about the changing times. Residents in the city of Naperville held a rally over the weekend to oppose the sale of recreational marijuana after the first licenses were awarded to cannabis businesses in the state. Organizers of the rally said they don't want recreational marijuana to be sold in the city because they want to maintain a family-focused atmosphere, according to the Chicago Tribune. The Mind Unleashed reports it's still unclear how the recreational marijuana industry will work in Illinois, as every state has implemented different guidelines. The legalization bill will go into effect next year, and the program will begin very small. So far, only 5 locations will be permitted to sell the plant, starting on January 1, and all of them are already medical marijuana dispensaries. Support for the Liberty Beat comes from the Conscious Resistance Network, featuring videos, news reports, and articles from a spiritual anarchist perspective. Experience the Conscious Resistance at theconsciousresistance.com. How would you like to have your business featured on the Liberty Beat? You can. Just send an email to libertybeat@snls.news for details. This is the Liberty Beat, produced in partnership with SNLS News and listeners like you. The Liberty Beat is online at libertybeat.news and snls.news. I'm Mick Murrow, reporting for the Liberty Beat, reminding you, spread liberty with a smile.
saying that he has no idea what to make of the mixed signals. Area man Pete Summers told reporters today he keeps getting ambiguous text messages from local woman Haley Mueller, claiming that she's not at all interested in him.
One minute she's like, I don't want to go out with you. And then she'll mention how she has to go hang out with her boyfriend. I mean, what am I supposed to do with that?
Summers, who first met Mueller at a friend's party last month, informed reporters that the 27-year-old's increasingly perplexing text messages have left him unable to ascertain whether or not she would want to date him. He also noted that Mueller's behavior at social gatherings was equally vague.
Last weekend, we were at a party, and every time I would go up to her, she just said, leave me alone. Then I text her the next day, and she totally doesn't even respond. I mean, she just needs to make up her mind and tell me what she wants. She hasn't answered my last 3 phone calls, so maybe I should go over there and make sure everything's okay.
This is the Onion News Network.
And now, live from the studios of Freedom's Phoenix, Ernest Hancock.
Believe me when I say we have a difficult time ahead of us. But if we are to be prepared for it, we must first shed our fear of it. I stand here without fear because I remember that I am here not because of the path that lies before me, but because of the path that lies behind me. I remember that for 100 years we have fought these machines. And after a century of war, I remember that which matters most. We are still here! Let us make them remember. We are not afraid!
Unafeared here and declare your independence from me, Ernest Hancock, here in Phoenix, Arizona. From the beautiful studios of Freedom's International, FreedomsPhoenix.com. Ooh, that's better. That's better. All right. Now, I want to show you guys my screen. Those of you on the video here, take a looky-see. Now, we put this yellow. I don't like this yellow up there, but I wanted you guys to see it and make sure that it's kind of, and I got my ad blocker so you don't see a bunch of the ads and everything. But, yeah, we'll go to the Chrome or something just because. Now, the search function that we had in there is because we've always had it, but we never emphasized it because we didn't have the customization done like we wanted to. And we've just been working on a lot of stuff. So we're finally getting to some of the little crap on the back end here. Okay, this is what it looks like to you without your ad blockers. Now, we'll change this color. I think we'll make it a little bit more orangey or something like so it kind of blends in with the color scheme, blue or whatever on this. But I want you guys to go, God, that's so annoying. Yes, it is. And you hit the join us. You go, ooh, we do that. And you can sign up for the free email dispatch. Now, the email dispatch will always be free. But, there's a bunch of power in here that I use all the time. And I just, I want to make sure you guys, know about it because we're going to have lots of fun. Now, here, let me do this. Wait a minute. Did that do it? Yep. Okay. So what we're going to do is I want to make sure that you guys have the same powers I do going into the 2020 campaign because Freedom's Phoenix is one of my secret powers. Secret power Captain Mark is he knows a guy. Well, he's also some of his other little secret powers. He knows how to find them. Now, the search has been emphasized a little bit more because we have some power here. When you go in and you do search on, I don't know, just put in space. Gotta go search. Now, it just doesn't search the hundreds of thousands of articles on our site, but it also, you have, you can do up here and go with Google if you want to, and Freedom's Phoenix, through Google, kind of screw them. So we have our own custom search to where you can limit. Is it any words, all words, exact match, highest relevance, information date, sort it by date? Now, we're creating our own algorithm on our site. So that's what we've been working on in the background. Tiger's helping with that one. And we've been testing it and, getting some relevance and its relevance ratings of and yada, 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 yada. So this is, and you can go in, what kind of entry. You want to look just at news stories, opinion columns, articles, references, and then we have, find in just a headline only, the main text, which is in the mid-page stuff, link headlines, intro text, captions, and you can look for images only. Just say, let's look for images. I didn't even think of that. Let me try that one. And I go, all right, and show me. Now, if I'm looking for the word space in just images, well, here's all the images that you get, from that for some reason. Okay. Ooh, what's this? This is frequent flyer space plan. Okay, I want a frequent flyer space plan. Well, this the graphics in here are from, and then it doesn't show the article image. We'll go in there. All right. Stuff we got to work on. Now, the images that we have are creative, and a lot of them are original, and a lot of the stuff that we've either developed or from events that we've done. So the power of search is going to turn hundreds of thousands of Freedom's Phoenix articles into where what our whole goal from the beginning was this. If you go to Yahoo, this is when we found it out. You go yahoo.com. Now, there was a feed that you can have of different stories on, like we're looking at the Yahoo page up here. If you go into any one of these stories, it doesn't stay there. It goes away. If you have it there, weeks, months, a year or something, just gone. Now, if you didn't have the mid-page that we do that has like a couple of paragraphs of it, it has where it came from, who it was, who wrote it, the link, yada, yada, graphic. If you didn't have the mid-page on Freedom's Phoenix to see it, and it was gone, you would never know it was there. And it's gone. This is how they're purging this stuff. So this mid-page that we have here, this is that the story even existed. Where did it come from? And we don't change it. Some places they'll change the headline to make it more sexy or what they want. I don't change. You want to change it, then write a column or an article or a piece or something. But if it came as a link, this is what it looked like. And then the comments will be down here. So this mid-page here is of great importance, especially now. It's 15 years later. It was 05, so a long time. Okay, almost 15 years. 15 years, and we have accumulated hundreds of thousands of headlines. Now, all of this, and the reason we started, I'm going, we need to have mid-page and do this, because I know they're going to be deleting this stuff, because when Pal Gamble, our senior editor at the time, he passed away a few years ago, but when he would put stuff up, he used a lot of Yahoos. I go, you got to stop doing that. Or we have the mid or something that because they're just deleting these articles. We have it. Or a portion of it, or that existed, but when they sever the links and it's gone, and you could search and it's just gone, like it never existed. I'm like, oh, hell no. So we had our own internal search on this stuff, but we've been working on it doing better. Now, when you go to the front page, as you're logged in, there are other powers that you get. This little button right there. Now, this one is to refresh when I edit the front page and move stuff around, and it kind of, refreshes it and reorganizes and for you to see when I hit that button. Now, this one, it goes to the custom module. Now, the custom module is I can do all kinds of stuff. I can interface with, the magazine. I can go to the newspaper. I can do, all kinds of things. But the biggest one that I use probably more than anything is the custom links. And I have hot links here. These are all the different places that I go. And not all of them every day. A lot of them are just a waste of time. It's getting worse and worse and worse. Like Wired Magazine. God, does that suck now. Popular Science, all these guys are just, they used to be inspirational. Now they're just propaganda. But so you go in, like you can hit, go in the Drudge Report or something. You find out how the hurricane's doing. All right. So we have this power for you to make use of. Now, when you go in and you customize the features, this is the interface with that, and you'll have things like, if you want, like sports, you can get all your favorite sports that'll show up, stock market stuff, precious metals, things, yada, yada, travel, quick links, RSS feeds. Now, this one right here is Yahoo. This is something we set up. We'll be changing this and adding to and making it and whatever. But what is it? Yahoo News Politics. It gives me a feed. Now, you can even block writers. I never want to see another blah, blah, blah article again. Okay? You go list of writers, and it has a bunch of the writers that are in here, and you go, okay, select writer 1, and you can just go any of our writers that have ever written on our site, and I don't like that guy. And you can block them. The problem is, the reason I did that was people go, I don't like that guy on you call yourself a libertarian site, and I can't believe that you got that. And I go, really? Okay, well, you can block them. I put it there, you got it, you can block it. You go, yeah, but other people can see it. Oh, so you're a censor. Oh, I get it. Oh, I just wanted to... See, you put a mirror up there, fan. Go, yeah, what? You can even block entire categories. Now, you use an ad blocker. You can have... we have our own ad blocker on our own ads. You don't want to see ads? Click that box. Problem solved. You don't even have to use an ad blocker. That messes up other stuff. You can even get the colors different and all kinds of stuff. Now, the freedom polls, we haven't used that much either over the years. But we're going to start using it more.
The overall picture in the real estate market today is one of frustration when you take many factors into consideration. The housing market pundits would have you believe that everything is okay, but the long-term trending on the real estate numbers say otherwise. You are starting to see another wave of commercial and retail center vacancies, which follows a downturn in the residential market. So when you are ready to sell your house, I can help. This is Donna Hancock with Silver Alliance Realty in Phoenix, Arizona, and I can take some of the guesswork out of the home selling process, providing you with market trends in your area and detailing what you can expect before, during, and after the transaction. Being in the real estate business for almost 20 years now has afforded me knowledge of the market, networking with industry specialists along the way. And that includes professionals that can help after the sale to help protect your assets. So let's get moving today. Please feel free to call or message me at 602-828-1819. That's 602-828-1819. Or visit my webpage at donnahancock.com.
The Free State Project has reached its goal of 20,000 liberty lovers who've pledged to move to New Hampshire and get active to achieve liberty in our lifetime. Perhaps you're trying to figure out what part of New Hampshire should be your destination. If so, consider Keene. You'll find more than 150 reasons to move to Keene at move.freekeene.com. Keene is famous for its historic, publicity-generating activism, as well as being the liberty media capital of the world. It's home to freekeene.com, New Hampshire's destination for liberty activism, news, and opinion. For years, we've been compiling over 150 reasons to move to Keene at move.freekeene.com, where you'll learn about some of what's happening here and what makes Keene a great place to live. If you love liberty, you'll probably enjoy anywhere you end up in the Shire. But do your due diligence first. Please visit move.freekeene.com for the full list of over 150 reasons to move to Keene. That's move.freekeene.com. Bitcoin.com has launched a trading platform at local.bitcoin.com, allowing you to buy or sell Bitcoin Cash via dozens of payment methods like PayPal, Venmo, bank deposit, remittances, or meeting in person with cash. There are no ID requirements to sign up for and use the site, and all communications between buyers and sellers are encrypted. Finally, a global trading platform that respects your privacy. Visit local.bitcoin.com to get started trading Bitcoin Cash. local.bitcoin.com. LRN.FM now has a Discord. Discord is a free text and voice chat platform, and we now have our own server with a bunch of channels at discord.lrn.fm. You can join other listeners as they chat about various things during our live shows, or anytime, day or night. Discord software is available cross-platform, so you can have it on whatever device you want and take your chats anywhere. Join our Discord at discord.lrn.fm. That's discord.lrn.fm.
This is Michael Dean from the Freedom Fiends. I've run websites since 1996 and have used over a dozen web hosts in that time. AgristHosting.com is the only one that hasn't broken my heart. Agrist Hosting's uptime and service is stellar, and their DDoS mitigation is the best I've seen. That's important because if you tell the truth in this world, you'll ruffle feathers. And some people will try dirty tricks to silence your voice. No matter what the haters hit us with, Agrist Hosting keeps our websites online. If you have a mission-critical commercial presence or a world-changing activism site, you cannot tolerate any skullduggery. So go with agristhosting.com. Have a WordPress or blog site, but you're not satisfied with performance or uptime? Or just want raw hosting? Want to pay with Bitcoin? Agrist Hosting specializes in high-performance hosting with personalized service. Go to agristhosting.com and click on the button that says Get Hosted. That's agristhosting.com.
What's up next? Visit the Liberty Radio Network program guide to find out at shows.lrn.fm. That's shows.lrn.fm.
To be a part of the show, call 602-264-2800. 602-264-2800. And now, Ernest Hancock.
Yeah, funky duty. Here on Declare Your Independence. Good morning. Yeah, I was texting the guy. Oh, hit the button. All right. One thing that I wanted to, before we go on some of these other articles and so on, the one thing that I wanted to point out, when you go to the front of Freedom's Phoenix, on the top left, we have a Robertson Roberts widget over here, and the Bitcoin average now, it says 10,682. It was down to 9,400. You know, that's 1,000, 1,200, something. It was less. And all of a sudden it goes up. Why did it go up? Why did it go down, go up, go down, go down? I have no idea. You know, it's such a small market cap. It can be manipulated either way at any time for any reason. And and you think the central banks aren't going to be doing, they're going to be making it go up. They go, watch this. Well, up and down, up and down, up and down, like they haven't been doing it with trillions of dollars. And what are you looking at? A market cap of, I don't know, 100 billion, 200 billion, something piddly, drop in the bucket compared to. So it's going to be going, I need something that, it doesn't matter. It's not about the price. It's about, I got it denominated in pieces of Bitcoin. It's like, that'll be so many Satoshis. Okay. Well, what's that in? Who cares? So we'll see. And I do it by weight of silver. When I first converted some silver into crypto, I think it was like 14 ounces of silver per Bitcoin. Now it's like a billion. So, what's the difference? So after you get over so much, it's not even the same category. But I still a big giant silver bug. Now, silver, as I'm sitting here, it's $18.93. It's going to break $19 today probably. Now, in here, I'm showing you guys in my custom module. What am I looking for? Right there. I'm looking for the precious metal link. I just hit that. Boom, here she comes. I got Freedom's Phoenix as my center for everything. Yep, gold shooting up. Let's see, what was it this morning? 1525 to 1545. That's a big, giant jump. I tell you, it's going to be Monday, unless it's a holiday, and then it'll be Tuesdays. Well, it's Tuesday. Yep, 1897. It's going to break night. Look at that. Ooh, time to go. Will it take a dump in the next day or two? Maybe. Someday it's just going to go. It's because all the economic, whatever, silver. Now, so let's just say, I got to redo my calculations here. I got to say 19. Well, anyway, as of 10 minutes ago, we had, when I were screaming, when it went down to 13 something or whatever, it hit 14, it's in the 14s. And I was going, before it went up over 15, I'm like, damn it. So I took, and I scraped up $1,000, okay? And I go, when it hits 14 something again, boom, 14, boom, I bought a bunch of silver just so I can say I got it under 15. It's just like a thing, all right? So from 14, I've been screening as 13 whatever back in the day. Let's go ahead and look at the history. Let's see. They got a history chart here. History, 30-day, 5-year. Yeah, we'll do 5-year. So you go on the 5-year for silver, and what are we looking at? It's going to make me zoom in. So let's see. It was at 14, and when was this? August, September about, of 18. So that would be 2 years ago. So about 2 years ago, it was at 14. Okay, I remember I hit, 1390 or some crap like that. But anyway, so 14. I was at 14. I'm like, ooh, we're in the 14s, man. Got to get some. Well, then it went up to 16, and it's back down to 1450. You've been hovering around there for a little while. Boom. Now it's not even caught up. It's going to be 19. Now, that means from just in the last couple of years, it's gone up 26%. If you bought a bunch of silver back in the day here and everything, 26%. And it's going to be more. This is going to be, it's going to be unchained, and it's just going to overwhelm. This is what the problem they had in 08 and 09, and I got the same feeling again now. This is, I don't even play a financial advisor on the radio. I just, this is just me being old and been around for a while and kind of nice to see it coming. There is no way that they can stop a tsunami of just a general public opinion. I need to have a couple of ounces of silver. I need to get it just so I even know where I get it from. I just want to say I got some. I want to show it and and put it in, my shoe or something just to get a little bit, say I did. That right there, general public opinion about precious metals being a real store of, I'll just set this over here, how much would you get? Would you start off with $100, $1,000? Would you do it daily, weekly, monthly? Are you teaching your kids that, you should take that in silver dimes? When our grandkids were little, we had those silver dime cards. It was a big thing. We'd pay them in silver dime cards all the time. And I liked giving them the silver dime cards because they couldn't spend it. It was something that they had. No, you just hold it. You put this in your, even bought them a little safe. Go to Harbor Freight, and you can get a $50 nice little safe they put in the closet. They got their, $30 and whatever. But the thing is when they get cash, what do? Oh, I bought this with my own money. But I got it for 20% of the retail cost because it was GameStop. I used, video game that I had and that's not savings. That's delayed spending. Try and explain that to my kids and grandkids. Delayed spending is not the same thing as savings. I know because I'm a delayed spender. But you save, and I get that, and it's gone. Would you have been better off to keep it? Probably hell yeah. So you try to get this savings thing, but they only they don't see dollars, fiat money as a savings mechanism. And they're probably right because it, devalues and goes to crap. But when you give them silver, like when my daughters got married, I gave them a chunk of my silver. And you give a chunk to one, you got to give a chunk to the next one. Exactly. So you give it and you go, boom, there, done. Well, it shot up. When I did that, I think silver was about 15 or something for both of them. They just happened to get married at about the same time, and 15. So now it's shooting up, and there at one time it was $40-something. Ooh, I was hero then, And I'd rather they just keep it, but it would have been not a bad idea for them to sell it, take the profit, goes down, buy it again. But do you do that? Do you? Probably not. So you're better off just to get it. Well, anything below 15, I was like, man, there is no way. 50, as much as you can. Well, now it's almost 19. But anything under $20 is probably still a deal. You're going to be thinking that a year from now, I guarantee it. So I'm going, look, man, that I just, from my own personal opinion, all right, it's going to, here we go. Now, it's been a while that it has been below 20. How long was that? 16, but that's only a few years. I mean, it's just a few years. So what happens when we go to, something more? Well, let's do 10 years silver. What was that? Almost $50 in the summer of 11. So 5 years ago, it was $48 or something. Yeah, $48. Yep. And over 10 years, what's its low been? $13.65. God, you got some silver?
We have some good news. The indictments against Ross Ulbricht in the District of Maryland were dismissed with prejudice, meaning they can never be refiled. This is especially good because those indictments contain the only charge ever made that Ross engaged in murder for hire. This was a serious allegation that Ross Ulbricht denies. It was never prosecuted or ruled on by a jury, but was trumpeted by the federal government and the media as if it were proven fact. The Maryland court held these indictments for almost 5 years, poisoning Ross's case and leaving him under a cloud of unproven allegations. convictions. As explained in Ross's appeal to the Supreme Court, the fact that the judge used these allegations to give Ross a draconian sentence of double life without parole violated his Sixth Amendment right to a jury trial. Judges are required to issue sentences based on convictions decided by a jury, not unproven allegations never even charged at trial. Although this is a positive development, the dropped indictment will not set Ross free. Now, a presidential pardon is Ross's only hope of freedom. Sign the petition at freeross.org. freeross.org.
Is spreading the message of liberty, cryptocurrency, and peace around the globe worth $2 per month to you? As you may already know, in addition to our internet feed, LRN.FM broadcasts on free-to-air satellite across North and Central America, as well as Sub-Saharan Africa. And we've been available on satellite for free 24/7 since 2010. The LRN.FM free-to-air satellite signal is reaching some of the most oppressive regimes in the world, and there's no doubt our ideas are making an impact. You can learn more about the channel's impact by watching the 3-minute video at fund.lrn.fm. If you'd like to help free minds globally with our ideas of liberty, cryptocurrency, and peace, you can donate as little as $2 per month via fund.lrn.fm. You can help us continue and expand our satellite broadcast to multiple continents. Visit fund.lrn.fm today, and thank you for your help. Don't forget to share the link on social media. That's fund.lrn.fm.
I'm crazy about My Magic Mud. This is the most important oral care product created this millennium, and I'm not kidding. We all have different opinions on politics and issues, but we all have mouths. And I want yours to be as clean as possible, with teeth as bright as they were meant to be. I will never be without My Magic Mud. It's a little surprising, but man, does it work. If you only listen to one thing I say ever, go to mymagicmud.com and get 20% off with code FTL. mymagicmud.com, code FTL.
The LRN.FM social media channels have been revamped. We've eliminated Facebook and focused on other platforms like Twitter and Mastodon, the decentralized alternative to Twitter. On our accounts, you'll find posts from multiple LRN.FM show hosts together in one place. Follow us on Twitter at twitter.lrn.fm, or better yet, move to the decentralized Mastodon social media platform at toot.lrn.fm, toot.lrn.fm. I think you'll like it.
After years of weekly meetings with his psychologist, local man Chris Vaughn told reporters today he was excited to only have 2 sessions left before completely resolving all of his emotional issues and never having the need to return to another therapy session again.
When I started therapy, I knew if I could make it through exactly 120 50-minute sessions with Dr. Warner, then all of my issues with depression and crippling anxiety would be gone. Next week we're covering my parents. The week after that we're wrapping up my trust issues, and then I should be good to go.
According to Vaughn, it took 40 sessions alone to fully resolve his feelings of inadequacy and low self-esteem resulting from an unhappy childhood. Vaughn's therapist, Dr. Susan Warner, told Onion reporters that she's pleased with her patient's progress and relieved that his long-time emotional and cognitive issues are nearly solved for good.
I told him that getting healthy would take at least 100 hours of therapy, and now he'll never have to see me again. Thank God for that. That guy was a real piece of work.
This is the Onion News Network.
Join the LRN.FM Discord for live chat 24/7 at discord.lrn.fm. That's discord.lrn.fm.
Roads? It's the Ernest Hancock Show. Where we're going, there aren't any roads.
And no stinking row ads. Flying cars. But they're going to spend a bunch of money on roads. I guarantee it. They're doing it here in the valley. It's a gazillion dollars we're going to do. Because going to northern Arizona, if you're leaving on Friday afternoon, there's one 4-lane highway. It's clogged. And then when do you come back? You come back Sunday afternoon, Sunday night. I don't know. If it's a 3-day weekend, you come back on Monday. I don't know. It's a parking lot. I mean, it is a 100-mile line, from Flagstaff down to, Phoenix. So they're going to build, I just heard, they're going to build another 2 lanes. And I'm not sure it's going to be a third set or it's going to widen one of them or something, but they're going to have additional lanes, like 4 going up at the beginning of the weekend and 4 coming down, with the 2 other going the other way, at the end of the weekend. And I go, okay, well, that's cool, Or I could buy a flying car and they can suck it. How about that? Okay, let's do that. Nope. They want you to, for the next 30 years with a bond that they're going to do, you got to pay it off for 30 years at the interest rate of 30 years, and you're going to pay for that, and as opposed to, I got a flying car. Just saying. I know why we don't have flying cars. That's why. Okay? All right. Now, this one article here I wanted to show you. You can see what's happening worldwide. With $56 billion loan in danger, the IMF officials fly to Argentina. We got to go to Argentina. Why we go to Argentina? Argentina's been a thing. This is like the third time in my adult life that they just rape and pillage, and we start over. And they keep doing them. They keep giving them, more money. They give now it's billions. Less than 2 decades ago, Argentina crashed out of an IMF program, defaulted on debt, and plunged into depression. As fund officials arrived in Buenos Aires over the weekend to address the country's current $56 billion bailout and decide whether to keep doling out cash, some of the same warning signals are flashing. Blah, 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 blah. They're like 80% in inflation. It's a lot. So you read this and you go, yep, here comes Argentina again. I've seen this before. Why do they keep doing it? And who's responsible for this? Who's the IMF money? They just print it up, or is the American taxpayer do it? How does that even work? Oh, and they're the guys that want to do the SDRs, special drawing rights. Does Argentina money get put in there? How do they, link it? Just way too complicated of spaghetti code or whatever for them to do this. They can't. Investors panic, sell emerging market funds on pace for worst ever outflow. This is, emerging markets. They have some country that has an economic trade zone thing. We're going to do this, and we'll be stable and great and wonderful, and come over here and invest and buy our debt of a stock of something. We're going to build something pinky swear, and you can make a bunch, and the IMF will prop it up if we can. Then it's gone. And you're just going, nah. I think emerging markets and this, I think will not. Dubai housing prices tumble to 2008 levels. Okay. Let's see. Cavendish Maxwell's Dubai House Price Index via Property Monitor shows single-family house prices dropped 15.3% year over year this June, compared to a 9.2% annual decline recorded in January of 19. So this is like, 15 and 9, like a lot. 24% or something. So 24%, 24.5, you get all anal here, 24.5% drop. A quarter of the value is just went away in Dubai. Well, I thought that was an up-and-comer. Yeah, well, maybe not. The average townhouse price decreased to $1.2 million. And the average apartment price remains steady at almost $500,000. So, yeah, Dubai, man, where the rich go to be safe on their little island thing that they got out there. The water of the Galloping Horde doesn't get to something. Okay. I don't know how many signs you guys need. And when I've been screaming this over the last couple of years, you crazy, man, you crazy. It's to the moon crazy and Trump, and you're crazy. I'm going, really? Well, he's a freaking idiot for taking responsibility for this economy. And why he did that, I'm not really sure what the hell's going on. But he's got his own deep state stuff to worry about. What do we got here? Lisa Page and Peter Strzok. Now, these are the, let's see, Lisa Page, I think she was an attorney for the Department of Justice. And Peter Strzok was like, I don't know, second, third, fourth guy, whatever. He's in the top echelon political appointee to the FBI or Department of Justice. And they conducted FBI's review to classify Comey's memos. These were the guys that said, yeah, Comey's, it's a secret, not secret. What do we need it to be? And okay, it's this. And he's good. We're not going to prosecute, and it's all, don't worry about it. And this was Hillary Clinton's, email stuff and Comey and everything. So we got Lisa Page and Peter Strzok, part of the cover-up. Well, that's coming out. What are they going to do about it? I don't know. They're going to, try to avoid it as much as they can. Ron Paul has a Liberty Report out today. It's on the site. Beware and prepare. The American Empire's collapsing by Ron Paul. Now, it's not just $1. It's the American empire. When empires fall, they do not go down gracefully. The collapse is sudden, and the consequences are permanent. Like the schoolyard bully who is finally defeated, his former victims and enemies revel in his fall. The U.S. empire is now teetering on such a collapse. Yep. The signs are all around us. Aggressive U.S. foreign policy, self-destructive monetary policy that debases the currency and hides inflation, a monstrous national and individual debt load. The writing is on the wall, and the wise are preparing. What can we do? Well, there's that silver thing. It's already almost $19. It's still going to be a deal. In the long run, it's a deal. So if I had more money, I wish I had more money. I'd buy me more silver. Just FYI. I don't know what you should do, but as for me, something to hold. I need something. I got a bunch of stuff. I think I don't use that. I should sell that. Craigslist that. Get a little of that converted into silver. And I'll give you a discount if you pay in silver. It's only this much in silver. Or so many ounces of silver. I should do that. I'll just do that and let you know what happens. Just for grins and giggles. Now, Eric Peters on Lou Rockwell, you'll see him a lot there. Eric Peters Auto. It's freedom from internal combustion cars. He's, so I sent this to him. Every now and then when the internal combustion engine, makes a stride, I'll make sure he gets it. I'm sure he sees it, but just get it from me. Just give him what for. Can I go, Bugatti Chiron passes 300 mile per hour barrier. 304 mile per hour run sets world record for an internal combustion engine. Now, let's say Bugatti car, we're going to break that 300 mile per hour, which is almost 500 kilometers per hour or something. Man, 500 sounds like a lot. 300 mile per hour production car. Is this it? Is this the end of internal combustion? And what are they going to do? They're going to do it with electric, or are they going to have a hybrid and do it? I don't know. But I guarantee that 300 mile per hour thing, all right, ICE did it first, internal combustion engine, but here comes the others. And that is one thing that's very clear. It is going electric everywhere, in every way, for everything, and it's all due to the tech. And they can sit there and whine about it all they want, but they don't understand. Tesla is beating the crap. I was really looking forward to this Porsche. That was supposed to be the Tesla Model S killer and everything. It's a beautiful car as they designed it. They're going into production with it. Doesn't even look the same. Doesn't have a lot of the same features. Doesn't have the performance. It's going to be, slower than the Model S. It's going to be, I'm going, why you even try? What the hell? You bait and switchers? And I go, screw you. I don't care anymore. It's going to be slower. It's going to be this-er. It's going to be that-er. It's going to be not as good. And it's not even looking like the prototype that you did and you promised me was really awesome design. And they go, no, we're going to make it look like this old one. And what the hell are you guys doing? Tesla? It's the battery factory. From the third letter of Captain Mark. The Crown's observation conditions us to be dishonest with ourselves. Therefore, constant surveillance produces a society of constant deception. Honest communication is the seed of civilized conduct. To deny us this seed is to deny us its fruits. But the Crown's primary objective is to stifle free thought itself, to make its subjects incapable of dissent. Seasoned pirates have always encrypted messages and codes and ciphers, so intercepted transmissions were incomprehensible. But today the Crown possesses advanced tools of pattern recognition that document, profile, and predict our every move. Today, piracy requires hailing frequencies completely invisible to the Crown. We are tired of poltergeists in the static. Looking for a community of like-minded scoundrels, or just want some swag to let the Crown know what you think of it? Join the conversation at pirateswithoutborders.com.
This is a special alert for business owners, consultants, coaches, folks planning retirement, entrepreneurs, and anyone who is saving and investing to build a financial future. You are likely aware that financial privacy for most people has recently died a miserable death. And let's face it, without privacy, there really is no security, is there? Bankrupt governments and banks on the verge of collapse are perhaps the biggest threat to your financial future today. The Lighthouse Law Club recognizes this and has been working diligently to provide safe, secure, and productive tools to ensure your privacy, your financial security, and your future financial well-being, despite the catastrophes which many people fear are looming ahead of us. Find out more with a variety of free videos on the YouTube channel for Lighthouse Law Club. Just search YouTube for Lighthouse Law Club and secure your future today.
There are basically two types of advertising, direct response and branding. Radio's great for direct response with its low cost to listener ratio, but audio can't be beat for branding, which is a longer term endeavor. You want to be the first thing that someone thinks of when they think about your product or service. If you have a local business that you want kept top of mind in your community, call the station. If you need national reach, Free Talk Live's got around 200 radio stations, millions of monthly listening sessions, can suit all budgets, and if we don't think we're right for you, we'll tell you. Email me, mark@freetalklive.com.
Imagine someone in your community getting in their car, turning on the radio, and hearing the Liberty Radio Network. You can envision a reality with your own micro radio station. Visit broadcast.lrn.fm to learn how you can put our programs on the air in your area. You can have LRN.FM running a clock, and you can even add in your own local shows. Building a radio station is simple, but programming isn't. That's where LRN.FM comes in. Learn more at broadcast.lrn.fm. That's broadcast.lrn.fm.
Since time began, tyrants have taken aim at personal liberties. Now there's a movie that aims back.
The government has no more right to tell us what to put in our bodies than they have to take our guns or tell us what books we can read.
6 drug police were eaten by bears while raiding a marijuana farm.
On your knees, you dirty hippies! Jesus. On your knees! What's the problem, officer?
Today, many cops who enforce pot laws do so only because it provides them with cushy jobs, good benefits, and a chance to push people around.
I was an undercover narcotics officer. The drug war is nothing but a farce.
The Second Amendment says you gotta keep you and your gat intact.
Guns and Weed, The Road to Freedom. A film by Michael W. Dean and Nima Vadadi.
DVD available now at gunsandweed.com or on Amazon. That's gunsandweed.com. Makes the perfect gift. Remember, that's gunsandweed.com.
Live video of our key New Hampshire-based shows is streamed on DLive. Please follow and share at dlive.lrn.fm. That's dlive.lrn.fm.
It's time for Declare Your Independence with Ernest Hancock.
Welcome back! Oh, man, I just want to listen to music. You know, that's one time I'll do that. I'll just do some history. I did it with movies, you know. Some of the music that makes a big difference in people's lives and over the years and why. And now, is it, you really want to get something? You got to go 60s, 70s, 80s? You got to go back to some classes. Got to go with the different. It's not the same program, you know, drum machine of you know, whatever the heck it is. I don't know. Am I getting old? Where I'm going, yeah, you whippersnappers, you don't know what music is. You know, is that what I'm doing, or do I got a point? It just become so programmed and what? Yeah, I think so. Now, what I want to show, we mentioned it in the first hour, and I get this out of the way because I think it's cool. This is the size of, if you're looking at the video, you'll see it's a 12-foot diameter is Falcon 9, okay? So that's only 12 foot. You know, you see that big, giant, you know, rocket going up, man, it's only 12 foot. And the diameter is what allows how many rocket engines can go down there. And each have, you know, they got to push that whole column above them, you know, up. But what happens when you make it bigger? You know, can you go taller, or you just go squatter and you got more engines can lift more weight, but you still got to have the tank and all that? Well, you got the Starship, it's 30 feet across, all right? So that gives you 700, you know, pi r squared thing, gives you 700 square feet. So it's like you got a 700 square foot, you do a 30-foot dome. That's the first level of area that you have. So that's kind of how you do it. You sit there, you go pi r squared, 3.14 times the radius squared, and then you get, that's the area. Well, you go just a little bit, you get a lot more. Now, if you go from 30 feet to 59, so say 60, you double that, you go from 700 square feet to 2,800 square feet. So it's exponential as you go bigger, plus it gives you more capacity, more. So what's he doing? He's going, we're going to make them big rockets. You know what we decided? We're going to do is a big-ass rocket. It'll have 20 Raptors as opposed to 6 on the upper stage, 35 on the BFR, but the big giant one, 120 Raptors. 35 versus 120. It's going to lift something, and it has 1,000 people on there. The future, what's it going to be like for you? Is this a trickle-down thing? Are we going to benefit from it? We got Tang from the last one, orange drink, which I never liked. I lived in Florida, man. I'm going Tang versus real orange juice. What are you guys, high? Damn. Now, got that out of the way. Just something to look at. Lagarde praises negative rates, but study shows they reduce lending. Well, see, they're going, here you have Lagarde coming out, the next head of the European Central Bank, Christine Lagarde, came over from the IMF, didn't she? What? Appears to be as much of a fan of negative interest rates as the current chief, Mario Draghi. All right. Negative's good. Yeah, let's do that. Whatever. Brexit gloves come off. Let the massacre begin, says Eurointelligence. Now, this is what the new prime minister did. He goes, okay, this guy with the funky hair, whatever, man, he's got his own Trump thing going on. But so he comes in and he says, all right, this is what we're going to do. And what's his name? I forgot. Yeah, who cares? Doesn't matter. So you have the new prime minister, and he goes to the Queen and he says, you know what we should do? We should cancel Parliament so they can't do some of their shenanigans to try and stop, because if we reach a certain deadline, it's a hard Brexit. We just and we break with thee, we break with thee, we break with thee, we threw dog poop on your shoes, and we're going over here. So we were broken up. And then you go to the bar and you look for, other alliances. Hey, I see you have dog poop on your shoes. Did you just break up with somebody? Let's be buddies. Yeah, whatever. That's old Steve Martin bit. But what I'm looking at is they don't care. And it's going to be a hard Brexit. If that happens right at the same time all this economic stuff goes on, and problem, solution. Hegelian dialectic, man. They create the problem, they offer themselves as a solution. And the solution, who was speaking at Jackson Hole on we got to go to a new reserve currency of digital? The head of the Bank of England that came over from Canada. So he's over there saying the same thing. You're going to have an international digital currency. Get ready, here it comes. But a lot of people have been screaming for that. Why? Because they say that this is, during the crypto things over the last decade or so, we need wide adoption. They didn't talk about grandma just buttons and kind of just the people just wide adopt. They're talking about wide adoption of governments. And if there is a digital on-ramp, they think, well, you got them kind of in there and they're going to make it, and they go over here and get that. Well, be careful how you do that, because they did that before with Coinbase accounts and doing BitPay and this and that. And did you get your letter from the IRS? Did you? You going to do it again? You're going to have a digital currency that you're going to be able to put your 401k, your retirement, and it's going to be the only way to hell, you won't even know the difference. You got credit cards. What the heck do you think is the difference? It's just, it's just a way that they do. The biggest thing is they can't censor it. They can't stop it unless it's a central bank controlled digital currency. Oh, I'm sorry. We just garnished and the tax man of kind of hand pushed a button. And what do you think? Anybody, you owe taxes? Are you back on some taxes? You got some of that on you, do you? And you're getting paid in some cryptocurrency and it's theirs now. Especially when they need it. When they need it, they're going to get it. They're going to get some. They're going to get all. The pension funds this is where it's going to be. It's going to be the pensions. Now we'll get that here. Here it is. Financial vandalism of low and negative yield bonds wreck pension plans. Blah, blah, blah. I read it, but I can guarantee you what it says. A lot of these pension plans are based on the health of the stock market. If you go and you look at the stock market, which I can do, I go do this. I go to my super secret, super duper custom module, of which you guys want to have, I am sure. And I go in, I'm going, all right, pension, let's see, what do I look at? The gold, we look at the 30-year. Yeah, let's go take a look at that and see what's up. And then there's a bunch of other stuff here, but I want to look at that one. Now, the 30-year Treasury is what is the interest rate on giving the United States federal government of your money. Well, it's at the lowest. It's 1.92% that a 30-year will pay. And they're talking about going negative. And Trump wants to drop it another 100 basis points, which is a full percent. So I'm going, this is the beginning of the end. It's already been passed. It may not be the end of the beginning, but it is the beginning of the end, but it is certainly the end of the beginning. Now we're into it. All right. Gyrating robots. Debut at French pole dancing club. Let's throw that one in there. Because people, they go and watch this stuff. So you got robots. They got one pole and they got the real girl. And which one you watching more? Who's doing better? That's just, here it comes. You just see little inklings and then all of a sudden it's here. Jeffrey Epstein's fixer, who ran major modeling agency, vanishes like a ghost. All these guys that were part of this, who are they? What was the role that they played? And Eyes Wide Shut with Kubrick, and they're into their, God, has that been 20 years, 10 years? It's been a while. Is Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman were husband and wife, and they played a husband and wife from a book that went into this, he was like cheating in the physical world, and she was cheating in her imagination, her dreams or whatever, and it was kind of a thing. But then Kubrick took it and turned it into this elite, weird guys of the elite and their funky sexual perversion of whatever the heck. And there was like a whole bunch of subtext of Kubrick was saying something about something. I'm like, what the heck is he talking about? Well, all this is, it's just pieces. All right, now this is one thing. I don't know how I came across this, but I came across it and I put it back up. My Visit to the Mexican Border, Part 1 of 2, by Ernest Hancock. This picture, if you're looking at it, you see this little dark area right there, that little dark, that's the wall at Naco, Arizona, and Naco, Mexico. This is the border right here. And I got video of me. I'm going, I'm in Mexico, I'm in the U.S. I'm in Mexico, I'm in the U.S. I'm in Mexico, I'm in the U.S. A video, I'm going, are you freaking kidding me? This is your border. Now, this comes up to a hill up here. Now, this is the base of a hill. On the other side was where the Minuteman Ranch was. I got pictures around somewhere. And you could see it was just to protect. It was a show. This whole thing has been a show for years. A show. So what's Part 2 going to be? Yeah, we're going to go down there when it cools off a little bit and get Part 2 and see how it's really working on the border.
The Shire Free Church offers a sanctuary to those seeking an escape from state churches.
The Shire Free Church is an interfaith, diverse group of people that may not share identical theological beliefs. As a member in or minister of the Shire Free Church, you are a sovereign individual and may be the faith of your choice.
We don't claim to have all of the answers.
We are open to all peaceful people.
We want to learn from each other.
What unifies the Shire Free Church and its diverse members is peace,
love, and liberty. There are many paths to God, one for every individual.
The Shire Free Church does not define a specific path beyond those parameters that must be your foundation.
Peace as your way,
love as your guide,
and liberty as your light.
Learn more at church.shiresociety.com.
That's church.shiresociety.com. Some of you asked, and now we've delivered. LRN.FM's live Keene, New Hampshire studio shows are now streamed in HD on Twitch. Visit our channel at twitch.lrn.fm and give it a follow. If you have Amazon Prime, you get one free subscription on Twitch. If you use it on our channel, Twitch will give LRN.FM a monthly piece of your Prime subscription cost. So please watch, follow, share, and subscribe to twitch.lrn.fm. That's twitch.lrn.fm. What do you shop for that you could otherwise buy at Amazon? Pretty much everything, right? Amazon has competitive pricing and they deliver, and that's a big plus. If you could plan ahead in your shopping, would you be interested in saving up to 33%? There's a catch. You have to do your shopping in Bitcoin. But imagine those savings. It's like a huge raise. All you have to do is go to saveatpurse.com. We've saved thousands, and you can too. Plan ahead and save. Saveatpurse.com.
Declare your independence with Ernest Hancock continues after the news, live on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM.
This is the Liberty Beat, your daily source for Liberty news and activist updates. Produced in partnership with SNLS News and listeners like you. Online at libertybeat.news and snls.news. I'm Mick Murrow with your latest edition of the Liberty Beat. Gold is trading at $1,521, silver at $18.37, and Bitcoin is trading around $10,391. Today's prices are brought to you by InnoScale. Take off with Managed Cloud. Looking for a safe, secure way to store your important files online? Let InnoScale handle it for you. Their high availability cloud servers are the perfect solution for clients needing one or more secure, scalable servers with built-in hardware failover protection. For details, see them online at innoscale.net. In the news, they started off by saying the Pledge of Allegiance. 10 minutes later, they were reading the text of a resolution claiming the existence of, quote, overwhelming evidence, end quote, that pre-planted explosives caused the destruction of the 3 World Trade Center buildings. And so it was on July 24th of this year. Nearly 18 years after the horrific attacks that traumatized a nation and changed the world forever, the Franklin Square and Munson Fire District, which oversees a volunteer fire department serving a hamlet of 30,000 residents just outside of Queens, New York, became the first legislative body in the country to officially support a new investigation into the events of 9/11. The resolution, drafted and introduced by Commissioner Christopher Gioia, was unanimously approved by the 5 commissioners. Members of the audience, including the families of fallen firefighters Thomas Hetzel and Robert Evans, both Franklin Square natives, joined in solemn but celebratory applause after the 5th aye was spoken. The Liberty Beat is sponsored in part by Brave Botanicals, high-quality kratom and CBD at reasonable prices with excellent customer service. Brave Botanicals is activist-owned and mission-driven and believes so strongly in the power of kratom, they're giving it away for free. Just go to freeounceofkratom.com for a free ounce of kratom delivered to your door. Just pay shipping. That's freeounceofkratom.com. This is the latest edition of the Liberty Beat. Find us online at libertybeat.news and snls.news. Your news now continues. Scientists from the Dana-Farber Cancer Institute at Harvard University recently discovered something that could change cancer treatment forever. The Mind Unleashed reports that in the study, Harvard researchers learned that a compound in the cannabis plant called flavonoids can be used in the treatment of pancreatic cancer, one of the deadliest forms of cancer, with a survival rate of only 20% within 1 year. Flavonoids are a common compound found in most plants, fruits, and vegetables. But the drug used to treat cancer, called FBL03G, is specifically synthesized from the cannabis plant. The discovery could provide much-needed hope and relief to patients with an illness that has only an 8% 5-year survival rate. Although pancreatic cancer only affects 3% of all cancer patients in America, it's on track to become the second leading cause of cancer-related death in America by as early as 2020. The state of Illinois recently passed a bill to legalize the sale of recreational marijuana, but not everyone is happy about the changing times. Residents in the city of Naperville held a rally over the weekend to oppose the sale of recreational marijuana after the first licenses were awarded to cannabis businesses in the state. Organizers of the rally said they don't want recreational marijuana to be sold in the city because they want to maintain a family-focused atmosphere according to the Chicago Tribune. The Mind Unleashed reports it's still unclear how the recreational marijuana industry will work in Illinois, as every state has implemented different guidelines. The legalization bill will go into effect next year, and the program will begin very small. So far, only 5 locations will be permitted to sell the plant, starting on January 1, and all of them are already medical marijuana dispensaries. Support for the Liberty Beat comes from the Conscious Resistance Network, featuring videos, news reports, and articles from a spiritual anarchist perspective. Experience the Conscious Resistance at theconsciousresistance.com. How would you like to have your business featured on the Liberty Beat? You can. Just send an email to libertybeat@snls.news for details. This is the Liberty Beat, produced in partnership with SNLS News and listeners like you. The Liberty Beat is online at libertybeat.news and snls.news. I'm Mick Murrow, reporting for the Liberty Beat, reminding you, spread liberty with a smile.
Hi, I'm Clint Webb, and I'm running for Senate. I have a short cropped haircut, a pretty enough yet accessible looking wife, and a newborn baby that I've dressed in a suit to prove to you that I mean business. For the last 15 years, I've lived my life in such a bland, uncontroversial, and repressed manner that it's almost unnatural. Why? Because I've been preparing to be your representative since I was a child. Most well-adjusted, sane men would be hesitant to take a job where their decisions would so drastically affect the lives of so many. But not me. I possess a sort of sociopathic narcissism that makes me think that I should be in charge of everyone. But all of that needs to start here at home, in this beautiful state that I've grown to love since I moved here 18 months ago. Together, we can piggyback some of our state's legitimate needs onto my unquenchable lust for self-glorification. And that's a promise.
And now, live from the studios of Freedom's Phoenix, Ernest Hancock.
Believe me when I say we have a difficult time ahead of us. But if we are to be prepared for it, we must first shed our fear of it. I stand here without fear because I remember that I am here not because of the path that lies before me, but because of the path that lies behind me. I remember that for 100 years we have fought these machines. And after a century of war, I remember that which matters most. We are still here! Today, let us make them remember. We are not afraid!
Yep. Unafeared here and declare your independence. Me, Ernest Hancock, here in Phoenix, Arizona. From the beautiful studios of Freedom's of the Nest, FreedomsPhoenix.com. Ooh, better. All right, we got Dr. Frank Tambury, Trump Report. The Trump Report. I got you there, Frank? Wait, turn it on. Okay, I got you there, Frank?
I'm here.
There you go. Okay. Bunch of stuff going on, bunch of stuff. We have Jackson Hole thing that's going on in the economy. They're going to go to digital currency worldwide because it makes it easier to turn you off. We have China going on, see what's up with Hong Kong, what Trump has to say about that. North Korea, hey, we're out of the news for a week, so we got to launch something. Then you have Russia's going, you know what? We don't have all that debt, and we got our manufacturing going, and we do our military. We're spending our money not to see how much money we can spend, but how many hypersonic missiles we can get and just take out your whole Navy. Now what? Then, and space is doing that. India's going to the moon. There's so much stuff going on, and I'm wondering, and as we go into the anniversary of 9/11, what do we got? Study proving definitely that fire didn't break down World Trade Center Building 7 to be released tomorrow, which is like today. So the entire empire, we got Ron Paul up doing an Empire is a coming down video. We have the best movie ever made about the truth behind the Iraq war is official secrets coming out this weekend. Keira, God, what's her name? Keira Knightley. She is going to be playing the woman that was working. It's kind of a Sibel Edmonds thing, here, but she was with GCHQ, which is kind of the NSA in Britain. She knew they were bribing, cajoling, threatening, whatever at the United Nations to get them to do whatever they, and she had all the evidence and goes to jail. So this movie about you. We knew it was all a lie from back when. When are we going to realize on everything? So now we have Trump's in the middle of this. He's going to clean up the business. Is he? Well, I don't know. What does Dr. Frank have to say? Give us some Trump news, man.
Well, and as far as there's Trump news, there's also the Trump news of how the media is trying to play this. I have to say, from the perspective of what the mainstream media has been doing, and I think most Americans, it seemed kind of a slow news weekend. I think the hurricane kind of took the wind, no pun intended, out of the whole Trump cycle. There was a number of things that were going on. You had many international components, which we can talk about. Matter of fact, as right before you called me, watching the English British Parliament right now. They're in session live, and they're having a conniption over there, blaming Boris Johnson as being the puppet of Trump. So Trump's name keeps coming up even right now in British Parliament because of the big kind of the emergency session they're having or discussing, because the far left there in England that's taken over their country, they feel power literally coming through their fingers. It's just dripping through. And you have Boris Johnson, when he took over, he suspended Parliament, or at least a vote on the Brexit no deal vote here, right? They're trying to prevent the left from stymieing one more time this vote for a true Brexit. And as this Parliament was held in suspension, it was done so using an old-fashioned rule that whenever the Queen gives a speech, then the Parliament can be put into some kind of an overall suspension. And so the question was whether the Queen would accept giving a speech which would allow Johnson to suspend Parliament. And the Queen accepted the offer to give a speech, which not only suspended Parliament for this, but for the first time shows the Queen and basically the monarchy coming out in favor of basically this nationalist populist movement. I mean, it is huge. And I mean, this is quite profound, showing that the monarchy finally is taking a stand on that, because typically they stand back. But I think they see the writing on the wall, and the left is having a conniption in Parliament right now. So for those of you that are curious, check it out. So we
this Parliament, this is the deal. Boris wanted to get to there's a deadline for Brexit. It's like October, whatever the heck it is, and we're done. Okay, we're taking our football, keep the football, whatever. We're going over here on our island and suck it. So all the threat, ouch quit it, and machinations and maneuverings and behind the scenes and stuff, which is exactly what this movie coming out is about. Official secrets. It's deep state stuff, and to think the deep state doesn't run Great Britain as well, or runs us, or runs everything, is to be naive. Now what he's done is he's going, look, they're going to do all kinds of stuff and delay this for freaking ever. So he goes to the Queen and he says, if you schedule this speech, then Parliament is shut down during this time period, so they can't do anything. And she goes, okay. So they do that, and all of a sudden they go, whoa, 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 whoa. You're so freaking not allowed to do that, because that's like you're not allowed. Well, they're doing it anyway. Are they going to get away with it? Or what's going on?
Well, I mean, they're getting away with it right now. This is why they're having a conniption about it. I mean, it's basically obstructing justice from their point of view. You know what, Ernie? This is the equivalent or very similar to what the Republicans did during the Judge Garland Supreme Court nomination by Obama. It's like normally, he puts up a candidate and Congress votes on it. And the Republicans said last time, no, we're not. We're going to wait until the Hillary Trump, until this next race and see what happens. Anyway, it's the same sort of unprecedented maneuver that is possible, but it definitely throws up all sorts of red flags. So it's certainly happening right now in England. But the key part to take away from this is the fact that the Queen, who always stays out of these matters, basically had to take a side. I mean, this move from Boris is a very Trumpian type of move. It forces people to make a choice, and doing it with the spotlight of the media, and basically said, "Are you with the people or with the globalists? You have to choose." And she made that choice. I mean, that is what's profound about that. At the same time, not only is this movement happening and basically exposing the rift between the globalists losing versus the populists, but the same thing happened in Germany. I told you about last week or so that there was the vote going on in Germany for these two very important state elections that are kind of a precursor of the national election that's probably around the corner. And Merkel was trying to hold on to whatever power she has. Well, that election just happened over this weekend, and as predicted, the nationalist populists came by storm. It was these two elections. One was in Saxony, and the other one was Brandenburg, I think it was.
Okay, now which countries is this?
This is in Germany.
All right.
They have 13 state elections. It's sort of like 13 counties in a state, but it's 13 states. Individual states make up the overall German election for parliament. So the two of them were very significant large areas. One of them tended to lean a bit left, and one of them tended to lean a bit right. And just like in this country, it was made up of a center left and a center right party. The center left, by the way, is known as the STP, the SDP, which is I think it's the Socialist Democrat Party. And then the one on the right is the Christian Democrat Union, and that is the one that Merkel, I believe, is part of. Anyway, when we come back, I'll explain what happened. Basically, the moderates all fled and jumped to the ADF, which is the alternative for Deutschland. Basically, it's the new populist Trump party in Germany. Very significant. I'll explain that when we come back.
Yeah, I'm wondering what the percentage is when they combine forces of this is where the wind's blowing over here now. Is that they infiltrate from the inside? Are they making the turn? Are the people really in control? Is populism rising in nationalism? Oh, we'll find out. From the sixth letter of Captain Mark. A pirate's life is characterized by voluntary interactions. Unfortunately, the Crown presses everyone into involuntary servitude. Landlubbers believe slavery was abolished years ago, but the Crown still claims to own us when it crimps us into service against our will. Given sufficient ambition, it would gladly draft thousands of hapless victims to kill or be killed. It's simply slavery by another name. Landlubbers are routinely commanded to serve the so-called justice system in jury duty. But before you swell with civic pride, consider that how you feel is irrelevant to the Crown. You will appear as ordered or face punitive measures. The Crown insists that you participate in your own oppression. A jury summons provides pirates with a unique opportunity to obstruct injustices. A juror can vote not guilty, even if it's proven the law was violated. A juror can acquit for any reason at all, and not even a judge can reverse that verdict. Receiving a jury summons is basically winning the sedition lottery. But if you reveal that you know this during jury selection, you'll probably be dismissed. If the Crown foolishly crimps a pirate into jury duty, it behooves the pirate to conceal their intention to nullify unjust laws. If a master takes 100% of your labor, it's called slavery. But if they only take 50%, they call it taxation, a difference of degree, not of kind. Whether the Crown claims a fortune or a cent is irrelevant. Most of all, a slave owner desires contented slaves, meaning thoughtless ones that accept their bondage. These house slaves see no contradiction in being drafted in a war to end slavery or summoned to a jury to prosecute tax evasion. An ideal slave knows no higher call than the master's will. The Crown's highest ambition is that its slaves revere the authority that subjugates them. But the Crown does not own me. I will not surrender my time and treasure to the Crown's ambitions. Join the conversation at pirateswithoutborders.com.
Looking for a great real estate investment? Consider New Hampshire, which is ground zero for the Liberty Movement. Your first call should be to Mark Worden from Porcupine.
Good morning. How was your weekend?
Hello. Yeah, it was pretty good. But unfortunately, we spent most of the time being a bit sick. We're still sick. It's been almost 14 to 10, 12 days or something. But I guess that's the pre-care or preschool sickness. So it's not too bad. It's just lingering, and we just have to eat more garlic. That's pretty much it. That was our weekend.
You know what's kicking our microbes' butt is oil of oregano, man. Our whole family, everybody's doing that. Just kicks ass. It's amazing. That stuff is really, we have any kind of sore, pimple, infection, cut, slice, anything, oil of oregano on the wound, on the pad part of a Band-Aid, and kind of the ones that seal around it, and you just put it on there. 2 days, it's gone. It's amazing. Donna and I we did a friend of mine's wife, Donna, she had something on her chest, like her neckline, doing it looked like this kind of infection. I said, well, try this. Boom, fixed it. It's amazing. I'm really big pusher.
Yeah, well, actually, we think what happened is we each got reinfected with different bugs. So just as we cleared out one, we got another sickness. I mean, remember, this is 2 weeks into the beginning of preschool, and all these kids have like snotty noses when we happen to drop her off. So it's basically kind of like a cornucopia of bacteria that's kind of coming our way. But
yeah, welcome to childhood and group collective kid warehousing.
Like doctors, and we both got hit. But the thing is, I deal with cancer all day. I don't deal with patients with infections.
Here we're coming back.
.com.
You're listening to the best liberty-oriented audio streamed around the clock, on the air, and online. This is the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM.
To be a part of the show, call 602-264-2800. 602-264-2800. And now, Ernest Hancock.
Welcome back to Declare Your Independence. I'm Ernest Hancock, the Trump Report, with, as always, Dr. Frank Tambury. All right. What we want to do is you wanted to finish up on this England-Boris thing. Go.
All right. Well, basically, I was finishing up on with Germany. And for those of you that we just talked about England and Germany, it is the Trump Report. It's the right show. But for those of you that are new to the show, the reason we talk about these is because Trump really represents the populist nationalist movement around the world, which we've discussed on our show for many years.
Which a lot of people say that are vloggers and so on around the country, around the world. Certainly if they're English, you see them going, Trump inspired them. The populist movement, America inspired them to do. We're not the only ones to see whatever, blah, blah, blah. So that is a common theme. It centers around this Trump inspiration of the people rising up, the populist, whatever.
Exactly. And the fact that CNN and you have to keep in mind, CNN is pretty much the main export for news from our country. Now, it's changing dramatically now as the mainstream media fails in this country. But for those of you that have traveled, you pretty much know. I mean, every airport has CNN. And when you go overseas to Japan or India, they have a whole other channel called CNN International, which looks the same, but there's different hosts. And basically, they kind of tailor it to the local area, but they still export the same content from CNN. So basically, it's the propaganda channel from the media and the globalists and around the world. And that's something I talked about on their show for a few years, was that they were seeing the media, their version of Trump. And the thing is, there is no international Fox News international channel, to give any kind of counterbalance. So all they heard was how evil Trump was nonstop from their perspective. And yet, when Donald Trump would go to these countries, there would be parades and rallies, actually, in some ways larger than here in the U.S. I mean, the rally in Poland. I mean, that place was like Warsaw shut down for Donald Trump. The guy's a celebrity. And so this is what the rest of the world is seeing. And I definitely enjoy bringing that up. So anyway, Germany is a huge component of this because they are the centerpiece of the EU. I've talked how Germany and France are the two tag team leaders, kind of like the president and vice president, I guess, of the EU. And both of them are being destroyed. Of course, we're seeing the riots in France, which still continue, by the way. And of course, Macron is losing all of his influence. The last real domino to fall is Merkel, who, of course, is the centerpiece for this. Is of course a woman, which shouldn't be some kind of issue, but it has been. Also, Germany has the purse strings of the whole EU. So it all really comes down to Germany, and Germany is falling apart as far as the centrist globalist view. So just to recap, there's two main parties, really. It's kind of like what we would call the standard Democrat and the neocon Republican, the kind of the center moderates, globalists, they basically don't care about the people. The SDP is the Social Democrat Party on the left. And then the CDU is the Christian Democrat Union, I believe it is. I might be getting a letter wrong there. But anyway, the CDU, that's the center right. So it's sort of like Mitt Romney versus the Clintons. That's pretty much what these two parties are. And Merkel's part of the CDU. Well, anyway, these two elections were held. And although the AfD, which is essentially, we'll call that the Trump party of Germany, it's called the AfD, which means the Alternative for Deutschland, which, of course, the rest of us call Alternative for Germany. Really, Deutschland is Germany. And that is the Trump party. This party only came into fruition. It was just created about 4 or 5 years ago. This is a brand new third party, and immediately it wound up taking the country by storm. It was hitting 4th place, then 3rd place in smaller elections just the last few years. And in this major election, which is the run up to the big one, in these two states within Germany, 2 of 13, they wound up coming in 2nd place in each election, and very close. I'm talking about that in each state, the one state leans left, so the SDP won about like 30%, and the AfD came in at like 28%. And then in the other state, it leans right, so the CDU wound up getting about 32%. And the AfD came in at, again, about 28, 29%, a close second. And there's 2 or 3 other parties that would take these votes away. What's important about this is that it means that this is a legitimate party. This nationalist brand new party is already in 2nd place and came in 2nd place to each of the other parties. So where it leans left, they came in 2nd place immediately. And then where it leaned right, they came in 2nd. And of course, where did all these votes come from? Well, both parties, especially the CDU, hemorrhaged voters. It turned out they lost 30%. So they were asking about numbers. 30% of the voters, which is the worst that either of these parties have ever hemorrhaged since 100 years, and they've taken these polls. People are just dropping the moderates. They're just dropping these parties and going to the AfD. So that's sort of the take-home message of how much the moderates are basically now making this overall decision. And that leads into, when we come back, I guess if we're on break, is the Chappelle Show and many things we talked about last week, which is the moderates standing up. The moderates that have been quiet and basically sitting there being fought over in this food fight between the progressives, the globalists, and the Trump populists. This food fight, the moderates in the middle are finally standing up and taking sides. And that side seems to be the nationalist populist movement around the world, including here in America. And that Chappelle Show is just sort of a bellwether of what's happening.
Okay. I did watch the Chappelle Show, I think Friday night. You had mentioned it, and we put it up, and we talked about it. And it was only an hour, so, Donna and I wound up watching it. I don't know how much interest she had, but it was, sooner or later, there was going to be this show. Sooner or later, this is going to happen. And it was a popular comedian, black comedian, gets up there, has experiences with television programming, had a show on whatever network or something. He went through all this stuff and how it really works. And he's like, this has got to stop. And he just went off on everything, taking, the side of Michael Jackson diddling little boys. Well, at least they got Michael Jackson. Oh, you go to school. Woohoo! I got molested by Michael Jackson. I mean, of course, that would just, would have been normal fare a few years ago. And now, man, if you want to start and it just went downhill from there. So it was all these untouchable things that you're just so not allowed to talk about, that he just shattered it. And you knew eventually was going to be somebody. Somebody was going to do this. Somebody was going to finally, talk about this. Somebody was going to bring it up, and he did. So, what was your impression of it?
Well, first of all, did you talk about it on the show on Friday? Did you mention it?
No, I watched it after.
No, okay. I wasn't sure if you talked about it, about just what people are saying. So anyway, if no one's heard about it, I'm sure many of you have. I heard about it last week after the show, our talk right now, and I didn't have a chance to call in. Anyway, this Chappelle Show was fantastic. It is the 3rd in the series for Netflix, and this is the end of his contract with Netflix. and he just went all out, standing up, basically being the reincarnation of George Carlin. And that's kind of the comedian we need at this moment. But he took a stand as a moderate, and I think right-leaning, actually. But we'll chat about that when we come back. Also, the Straight Pride Parade happened this weekend. We'll chat about that.
Are you tired of...
Yeah, the Straight Pride Parade. I didn't even... I saw that they did it, now it's quit it, and what the media... I don't care, So I just... Yeah, whatever. I have this weekend... gay, straight, I'll put this down so we talk about straight pride. We have on the show this Friday, Star Child is coming on. Now, Star Child is a gay escort, preferring women, but will do the work and pay me money kind of guy I've known for decades. And he's still pretty enough. I guess he makes a living, but hardcore libertarian got this to say about that. Well, the Davi Barker, Vince Supranowicz immigration debate, got to have something to say about it. Well, bring it on. Let's do it. Now, I know his shtick is going to be nationalism. Nationalism is the problem. This whole concept of you start becoming a statist when you're supportive of your state. As long as it's your state, it's okay. So he makes a good point on this. I've read his stuff on it, and he's given presentations before, and he makes a powerful case, and I'm looking forward to having this discussion. Because his point is not, immigrate. It doesn't matter if you don't got a state. And the state starts with this populism, nationalism, us versus them. And that's the point he's going to make, I'm sure.
Yeah.
That'll be interesting. You'll undig it. Yeah, I'm sitting here trying to figure out the volume on my...
Yeah, much of I wasn't chatting when we come back, but most of the Trump news this week was really about this hurricane. And if anything, it's the first time I've really seen, no surprise, but the first time I've seen the weather being as politicized as it is now. Typically it's politicized about global warming, climate change deal, but it's taken a whole nother level about just trying to see what Trump is doing, trying to find a folly of how he'll handle the hurricane. Upgrading the hurricane. The news on one hand was trying to make it seem perhaps a little bit worse than it perhaps it was. Trying to make it seem as if Trump is not prepared to deal with it. It was just nothing but politics, even on the weather. It was ridiculous.
Trump did the
it's nothing new. And then, of course, they were showing, I think Donald Trump was caught playing a round of golf this weekend for Labor Day. And, of course, that wound up being the headline for CNN, which is, people are dying in the hurricane and Trump's playing golf. So, it's just, that's the so-called news for this weekend. Like I said, it's an odd, slow news day. Then you have the primary and everyone's, just trying to sort things out. Also, when we come back, there was the push for Harris. Senator Harris, I already predicted she's going to be the love child for the establishment, and the rebound tactics they started this past weekend. So that was interesting.
Okay, now what's that? What's her name? Tulsi?
Oh, Tulsi Gabbard. Well, she's different, not Harris, obviously.
Well, no, the thing is they're like she doesn't exist. It's just
I know they're completely Ron Paul and her.
Yeah.
No,
and that's I don't know how much that's going to flush. I'm glad when they.
I'm waiting for the Democrat, dude. I'm waiting for the Democrats to have their own their separate debate. I think the spinoff, for the liberal version of the Tea Party is about to happen.
I'm from my perspective, if they keep her out, it just gives credence to the fact that it's all BS. Not that I'd support her or don't care. It's just to silence the most popular candidate with the people is just another freaking neon flash and told you so. So I don't know what else.
But Ernie, you have to understand the significance. It's because look, she's on the Democrat side. Democrats are the last group in this country to question the media because the media is echoing them.
Explain it on there.
LRN.FM. That's Twitter.LRN.FM.
Freedom's the answer. What's the question? You're listening to Ernest Hancock.
Yeah. Welcome back to the Trump Report. Dr. Frank Tambury, myself, just yakking it. Now, there's a couple of things here. I'm sure we're going to get into this stuff, but it's just, the stuff that's going up on Freedom's Phoenix here directly. Liberal FEC chairwoman targets online news she considers fraudulent. New concerns are being raised that online conservative media outlets could face federally imposed censorship going into the 2020 elections. Really? Years after Republicans on the Federal Election Commission claimed, I'm going to turn you're making too much noise, man. The commission claimed Democrats were targeting conservative speech on outlets like the Drudge Report. The liberal head of the FEC is teaming with the anti-Trump free speech advocacy group to host a symposium targeting online disinformation. Now, in addition to this, what else is coming out? Okay, we got Pentagon launches new program to fight viral internet content. Viral. You're not allowed to have a say. This is what's going on. And the FEC's getting involved? What say you, Dr. Frank?
You have me back?
Yep.
Sorry about that. I thought it was on mute. Can I just finish that point, though, about we're talking about Tulsi Gabbard. Can we finish that?
It's all part of the same thing. Go.
Yeah, all right. I'll save. So basically, guys, so Tulsi Gabbard, for many of you, I'm sure you cannot wait. You're in the suspense for the next Democrat so-called debate, which is coming up soon. And in that, of course, they're doing the main winnowing down. They came up with their own different weed out rules. Ultimately, to give you an example, they're using the same Ron Paul tactics that the Republicans used. So they're winnowing down the Democrats. It came down to that you had to have a certain amount of followers, which Tulsi Gabbard did. Then they said, you have to bring in a certain amount of money, which Tulsi Gabbard then said she did. Then they said, okay, with the amount of money that you bring in, it has to be a certain amount from small-time donors. And, of course, she definitely met that one. Matter of fact, people like me even contributed $5 to her campaign just to make the point. And then, of course, she satisfied that requirement. Then they were like, oh, damn, oh, snap. She's still finding her way through these hurdles. So they came up with another one, which was that you had to be in a certain level high polling in 3 specific national approved polls. And you have to have a certain standing in that. And they said, oh, sorry, Miss Gabbard, I don't think you qualify.
We found one.
And of course, the question was, well, what are the 3 polls that they're using? Just tell me what polls. They said, it's a Democrat secret. We can't tell you. So basically it came down to 3 polls, which is the last line to stop her, and they won't release the polls in which they're using. So the thing is, what I was telling Ernie on the break was that what's significant about this is that for us listening, we're like, well, what else is new? I mean, they're first call politicians, and for many people that are with Freedom's Phoenix, many people woke up, I should say, after the Ron Paul years, and people started to see how the system works, how the sausage is made. Well, for us, we're like, duh,
what'd you think was
that's
gonna
an overall Tuesday. But you've got Democrats that have never even questioned the system. They've never questioned it before. Never. I mean, because after all, the media's been speaking to them, to a captured audience, telling them, don't listen to the online people. They're all trolls. Don't follow Fox News. They're a bunch of racists and bigots. Don't even turn on the channel. Don't even hear what they have to say, because then you're some kind of sellout. Well, anyway, these Democrats are finally seeing how the system works. They saw what happened with Bernie Sanders last time, and it kind of opened their eyes, wondering if this was really a status quo. And now that they're seeing what's going on with Andrew Yang, they're seeing what's happening with Tulsi Gabbard, they're seeing what's happening with Michelle, what's her name, Williamson. I mean, they're finally seeing the problem of their own party. So the Republicans and the Tea Party were the first ones that start cleaning up shop in their own party and draining the swamp. The Democrats have to do the same thing. And in this case, it's the moderates that have to clean it up. And that's what's happening. Hence, the moderates are standing up. We covered that last week on the show. But this primary and
moderates defined by whom? By Pelosi? See, when you say moderates, it has Pelosi coming up here. I'm the moderate, and who are you talking about?
No, I'm talking about. I would say it's a good question. I would say it's the populist movement of the Democrats, and I think they're I guess when I say modern Democrat, they're kind of Democrats that we would have 20, 30 years ago.
Yeah, no, they're the guys with the money that want to
left.
have their turn at the brass ring again, and they're going, you're mucking it up for us because you're looking to shift society towards whatever the heck that thing is, and we just want to be in power, and you're screwing it up.
Yeah, but no, I think the difference, Ernie, it's not that the Hillary Clinton, we'll call it the Clinton John Kerry Democrats are trying to reclaim power from the progressive AOCs. That's kind of what it looks like from outside. But I think from the Democrats inside them, the average voter, I think they're fed up with both of them. They really didn't have a lot of excitement for the Clintons. They really don't like the Pelosi machine either. I mean, the Democrat machine, they're understanding what the establishment is. Then you have the progressive left, and they basically have hijacked the party. So for a lot of modern Democrats, I'm talking about people that are basically they're almost Republicans. Did you see that video I sent you and Tim? The New Jersey Democrat councilman just going off on fellow Democrats?
I watched it. It was, you give Frank Tambury a microphone, and that's what happens.
What? Yeah. Well, anyway.
No, it was all the stuff that you'd say. It was a New Jersey. I think he was a county supervisor. It was a county.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah,
so he gets up and the left is up there at the microphone interrupting and kind of, man, get the sergeant in arms, get these people. They won't even let me have my say. I want my say. So he gets up and his whole point is that we have law enforcement enforcing a law that you guys had in the book. They were change the law or don't do the law or kind of and immigration and you don't want us to talk about and you're doing in America. So that was his whole thing, Merca, and it was just populist. He got to say it. Now, what happens then? Okay. I don't know.
Well, the point was that New Jersey, it was I don't know, some kind of council meeting, but they were pushing a vote. The progressives were with a Democrat-led council. Okay, so they're all Democrats. So the fight is between the Democrats. It's the moderates versus the progressives, and what they were trying to push through were sanctuary city laws in New Jersey. They were trying to just take all the California laws and pass them right there in New Jersey. And so here you have a Democrat councilman who, and this is key, and I'm sure that you'll love this one, Ernie, but he was a police officer, an ex-police officer. So he has a real understanding of law enforcement and what it means, for instance, for politicians to actively warn criminals, which are the illegal aliens, we'll just use that term. I mean, so warning criminals, of course, puts law enforcement in harm. That was just one of many points. But at the end of the day, his point was, as many of us feel, when is protecting a border somehow this massive shift in belief system? It's like something that every country does. Our country's done since its founding, protect its borders to some degree. And so when these people come in, the progressive left, and talk about how dare you have a border, you're racist and sexist and this and that. He's just saying, look, if you don't like it, let's have a discussion on the ideals. But just to show up with the microphone and just name calling is wrong. Anyway, the point of this is that you have Democrats now who are standing up. It's amazing, Arnie. I've been seeing this since the Democrat primary began. I feel like they saw their choices. They see how the media is pushing the progressive left. They're either you've got Sanders and Warren, which are the progressives taking over the party. You have Biden, which is the only so-called safe card to hold the status quo, and he's going down in flames. And then you have what I predicted, Kamala Harris, who is the darling of the deep state. They want her at all costs. And now they're doing the resuscitation deal right now over this past weekend. I mean, CNN put out a so-called news story over the weekend. Again, slow news weekend, I guess, except for the hurricane. And randomly, of all the candidates running for president on the Democrats, they decided to put out a major news story talking about how black people see Kamala Harris as a hero.
Tulsi Gabbard. What happened to Tulsi Gabbard? She's a people's
Tulsi Gabbard got kicked out, so she's not going to be in the debate.
I can see something else coming out of that. They're just whistling past the graveyard, trying to ignore her. And I'm going, all right. Well, there's another. When we come back, I want to tell you about this. Can a state rewrite a movie script? This is how far it's gone. I want to tell you about it when we go into the next segment.
The new 4th edition of Healing Our World.
Yeah, I'm going to summarize it when we come back. This is Minnesota. There's Christian filmmakers that do stuff on, whatever. And the state has come in and said you can make them bake cakes for people. You can make them do this. You can make businesses do that. Well, you can make documentary filmmakers include whatever sexual orientation of gay marriage of whatever the heck we want because we can make them. And I'm like, whoa. If this isn't exactly what we were talking about where this was going to go. Last month, the 8th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals rejected the view that they can, they have the authority to make filmmakers make films the way they want. And this is just, I'm wondering what their mindset was, that they would claim a win by making them make the movie this way or not, or just try to cancel the whole movie about something or doing. I don't even care which side they're going on this, but it was they're going to make filmmakers do their scripts. Now, I can see to where you got Top Gun 47 or something coming out, and the Pentagon, you want to use my aircraft carrier, or you better make it look cool and we get more recruits out of it, or you ain't doing it. So, whatever deal that they can make. But, I mean, to have a state make a filmmaker change the script to comport to whatever they want, this is Nazi Germany, Stalin, Russia crap. And and where's the pushback?
Ari, I'm telling you, the pushback is the moderates right now.
That's why I wanted to bring this up.
Yeah. They're hemorrhaging from the moderates. They're either not going to vote because they can't vote for progressives. They realize how dangerous their party has become. They're either staying home or they're switching to Trump. They're holding their nose, but they see that they have to stand with Republicans, not because they agree with everything, but because they realize our culture is under attack and they have been silent far too long.
Yeah, no, this is socialism where it always goes. This is in every country. This is what happens. The dissenters are prosecuted, focused on browbeaten into submission to something. And they get these positions of bureaucracy and legislation and departments of diversity of whatever the hell it is, and they got a badge and a gun. So this is where it goes every time throughout history. But the pushback has to come from people, and where will it come from? Will it be, of course, you got the right, the left, the libertarian, this, that, so on. But this vocal, Soros-funded, worldwide, they, them, those thing, there has to be something. That's why we're going to start, social mediaizing the original intent of Freedom's Phoenix. But we had to go through certain phases and our ability to be able to serve it and make it as a tool, weapon, of whatever. So that's going to bring a lot more attention to us. I know what's coming. I can feel it. But that's why we had to get the IPFS thing done to where, and we're over here and you can't stop it. Or the next one, because this is going to be a battle royale, and I'm not really looking forward to it, even though we're kind of prepared and we'll have some fun, but I'm not looking forward to it.
And don't forget, there's also, for the news, a huge lawsuit from Prager University taking on Google/YouTube. I guess you're following that, hopefully. Yeah. I donate to PragerU. I see this going to the Supreme Court, and this could be going on during this election.
This makes my point, though. I've been through this so many times, these different cycles, and it's like the Supreme Court's going to screw them. Why am I even wasting time with, you got to bypass them. You got to have technology and abilities that don't care what they say.
Well, my point about the Supreme Court is it's going to be a national issue that will be on the front page for everyone to be discussing. That's what I mean by the Supreme Court, to be clear.
All right, here we go.
Just want to be left alone. And those that just won't leave them alone. Which one are you? The Ernest Hancock Show.
Yeah, I gotta get some air guitar. Here come. Like, here you go. Woo! Yeah, we're back. Trump Report, Dr. Frank Tamburi. Okay, a couple of things. This is kind of, makes the point that we're doing this, this cultural thing. And this sort of Star Child comes on Friday. It's going to be this nationalism, this Merca kind of thing. Anywhere in the world, it's the same thing. They play on this. Well, now they're doing this. It's gotten to this point. You remember, make them bake the cake. Even Gary Johnson, libertarian. Yeah, you got to make them bake the cake. And a bunch of libertarians are going, what the hell are you talking about? What memo did you get? Who are you dealing with? What money were you promised with Bill Weld's buddies, a billionaire, or some BS of what the hell is going on? Well, I'm glad that Bumper Hornberger from Future Freedom Foundation, Jacob Hornberger, he's gonna run for Presidente. We'll see what happens. Now I saw a thing. Cindy McKinney, she's the black ex-congresswoman that the corruption of the Democrats, and she was screaming about that. Adam Kokesh is trying to get some interest in her running as a Libertarian candidate, or they're doing. I mean, it's always something, But here we have the state of Minnesota. What is it you're doing making all this noise? Are you doing jumping jacks or something?
No, I'm just here talking to you. Keep going. Maybe it's your end. Go ahead.
No, it's you. So here we have Minnesota. They're going last month, the 8th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals kind of rejected this, but this is what they were trying to do. If we can make them bake cakes, if you can make them do this and do that, you can make them change their scripts in documentaries. So here you have professional storytellers that go in to get hired by their clients to do whatever, and their consciences as Christians require that every story honor God, and many clients are religious groups. One project was a documentary for Radical, a Christian ministry about the spiritual and physical needs of people in the Himalayas. Boom! The state says, yeah, and you got to have like gay marriage or something in there. All right? This is where it goes. It's like Nazi Germany, Stalin Russia, Soviet Russia. This is like you controlled the mind. General public opinion. That's what this whole thing is about. And they're extending it to scripts and movies. I'm sure they already are in one way or another. And this was one thing I had a guy on the show. He was going on about how we got to have, the right thinking in media and this. Now I'm going, really? Yeah, they already did that. It didn't work out too well, huh? And he was conservative. And I'm going, during the Clinton administration, they had, broadcasting in the public interest. When stations used to sign off, they go, broadcasting in the public interest, FCC, blah, 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 blah. Well, what happens, that public interest is determined as you got to have so much public service announcement and time that go, well, they don't like that because it cuts into their ad revenue, their advertising time. So the White House gave them a buyout. They go, look, I tell you what, this is how you can get a waiver. If you incorporate stay in school, don't do drugs, go to the DARE program, turn in your parents, and we love cops. If you put that in your sitcom, then you don't have to have these PSA announcements. You get that for advertising. We approve the script. You don't have to do the PSAs. And they're going, nuh-uh. I go, really? In the break, I pull it up. I go, here it is. I mean, what are you talking? They didn't even know. So I'm going, this is where socialism goes bad. Communism, fascism, or whatever, is that you have to have control of the people's minds. That's what they're trying to do.
Yeah, and the thing is, as they're pushing further for that, they're hemorrhaging control because, as you've always predicted, Ernie, the decentralization of everything. With technology, people they can't stop the information coming out. And then the harder that they try, the more it's being exposed. And this is why I think it's taken this level of censorship that at first the left said is not happening, but people are starting to see it. I know I have personal friends who were kind of like moderates, the fence sitters. And just to give you, I'm not going to go into much with it, but these are close friends of mine who disagreed with the concept that the Facebook and Twitter and all this were censoring. They said, no, they're not. Then finally, after a year or so of sending videos and chit-chatting over the years, they started to maybe see it, but then they said, yeah, but they're private companies, because that's kind of the mindset they've been told. And slowly they're starting to understand this difference of private, publisher versus platform, because they're starting to hear it from other points of view. Now that the Democrats are starting to get censored, now people like Tulsi Gabbard and we've got the Bernie Sanders 2.0 and all these other things that we're seeing. You've got comedians coming out, sort of like with Chappelle, not to keep bringing up Chappelle, but I've said on your show, Irv Homer, my mentor of libertarian values, used to say that comedians are the front line for the First Amendment. And he's absolutely right. So they make tons of money. Matter of fact, Chappelle made $60 million for 3 Netflix specials. So it was like $20 million a pop, and that was his last one in which he did. He just went out with a bang. But it's people like him that are coming out and saying, look, we need to defend ourselves. If you watch the show, he spent much of the time defending other comedians. Especially what was it? Not Chris Rock. It was the Kevin Hart. Kevin Hart being shut out of the Oscars. He defended another comedian as well, and that was his point. Is that when you're going after comedians, I mean, that is a dangerous line to cross, and that's where they're at. So the fact that they're standing up, you've got moderates that are seeing this, seeing words and phrases that you can't say, people feeling just under attack constantly from their own party. They're like, as I'm saying, they're giving up or they're moving to the nationalist movement. This is not about politics. And this is why, Ernie, you and I have argued along with some certain libertarians, because it's like, well, Donald Trump is not perfect. Donald Trump, just dropped the Moab. Donald Trump has not, abandoned the Federal Reserve on day one and all of this. And I'm pointing out that this cycle is not about those issues as much as that I have, petitioned and politically have been involved for the Federal Reserve issue since Ron Paul ran the first time in 1988, I think it was. So I've been very aware of these issues. But at this point, I think people, even on the left, many of them, the moderates, feel that the culture is literally dissolving in front of us. And this goes beyond whether abortion, it goes about climate change, it goes beyond, the Federal Reserve. There's something where the glue of America, or in all countries around the world, is dissolving in front of us. And that is where the moderates are standing up. And ultimately, they're going to make the difference. The people that voted for Obama 2 times are also the same people who swung over to Trump. And this next election, I think it needs to be a solid win, which, I don't want to be too optimistic. But if it is, then I think it's going to put the kibosh on
yes,
the far left
which is why they can't allow that to happen. This is a story that I got up. Governments shut down the internet to stifle critics. Citizens pay the price. And the icon, the logo that we have up there, the artwork, the graphic, it has like King Tut, a sarcophagus, but it has, V face on it. It's kind of cool. But anyway, it goes, if your government shuts down the internet, shut down your government. Well, this is going to, we better start getting ready to shut down some government because here it comes. I am telling you, now we're going to be able, because I've been planning on this happening, the back end and kind of what Freedom's Phoenix, needs to be, and, somewhere that from the beginning it was created to be able to practice dissent, to be able to share information, to send it and do it outside of their system. Well, our reputation letter, you go to pirateswithoutborders.com, the most recent one, it is the 4th letter of reprisal. Now, Davi last week went to speak at Andreas Antonopoulos, had a Bitcoin conference in Denver last week, and we printed out the new edition of the book, and we had a bunch of these panels out there for them to go, look, this new internet, this new way of we get to know who everybody is, kind of, you better have these features. And it's interesting, you guys go read it. But the point is that I'm going, this is coming. We've known this is coming. So we've been prepping in such a way to be able to be effective after they shut everything down, to be decentralized from this grid, to be able to share information in other ways and still maintain our influence on this. And the evolution continues. Around what? I have no idea. That person, is it Ron Paul again? He said, hey, man, I'm good. I'm just here commentating. Now, Tulsi Gabbard, I'm not figuring she's the answer to anything, but that's not the point. It was a popular person that was anti-war, military, and they had to shut her down. It doesn't matter what you want. You may choose from communist candidate A or, fascist candidate B, and that's all you get. Because no matter who you vote for, I guarantee in the end, the government always wins. And they want to make sure you understand that. Well, here we go. Then what? I have no idea. You going to stay for a little bit? We're going to yak it some more without commercial interruption, Frank?
Sure, no problem. I have a good question for you in the audience.
Yeah, good question. I like good questions. Bring them good questions on. Let's do it. Let's do it. Well, I'm not looking forward to what's coming. I got the EBGBs. As we talked in the first hour, or second hour, what happened? Silver's gone up 26% in just the last couple of years. And it's just starting. Did you get some? Oh, yeah, Tim Ball wins in Canada on global warming.
Is spreading the message of liberty, crypto...
Well, he wins against it. Do you know about the Tim Ball thing and the
No, I don't.
Okay, let me tell you what's going on. Tim Ball is a climate scientist out of he was a professor of, and kind of I do weather, and that's my thing. Well, he's one of those, older curmudgeon of I don't go by what they say. I go by the science, and I'm just, and they can suck it. Well, G. Edward Griffin a few years ago had one of his red pill thing. What in the world are they spraying? It was something about global engineering. It was a chemtrail kind of thing. And it was here in Phoenix at the Buttes, down there with the 10 curves down going south to Tucson, at the Buttes up there. And it's a nice hotel on this little mountain there in Scope. So we helped promote it and whatever. And I remember I went and I spoke a little bit. They gave me a little thing during lunch or whatever. But I just went there to go and, promote. And I wanted to get the cards of all the people that were speaking, and then we had them on the show. I remember it was when I was doing the final design. I had my big artist pad and designing the Precariat. We're kind of doing sketches on different things. I remember I sat there and I was working on that, and then I talked about what we were going to do with pirates and so on. And this is in the beginning. Well, during that, they had two guys that really, a lot of them are great speakers, but two guys really hit me. One was a young man that was working with Google Maps or Google Earth. Google Earth had filters. They had layers that individual activists, bloggers, whatever, the people that would populate the Google Earth with all these different stipulated facts of where something was. Now, what he did is he was tracking a couple of things. One, where all the cell towers are. So that was a layer. You want to know where all the cell towers are on Google Earth? Boom, you can zoom right in. You can see where they all are. Okay? Well, that's interesting. Then he did HARP. It was they were putting a lot of electromagnetic radiation energy into the atmosphere, and they were just saying it's this about that and conspiracy of whatever, it doesn't matter. He's going, I don't care what it does, but I know where they're at because I got the appropriations bills and the Congress and did and specifies, and here's the law, and they're right there, and I put it on the map. Well, Google didn't like that because it's it's the government, that's what. So they go, nah, we don't like that none too much. We don't want you to do that. So they took him down. Well, in the forum, he's going, whoa, what is this? Are we doing accurate representation of stipulated taxpayer money of the guy? No, we're not. Well, they started bitching about it back and forth, so Google shut down that layer of people being able to contribute and put up thing. They go, no, you know what? If we're not going to do it the way we want, we're not going to do it at all, and you're not allowed. Oh. So now they have satellites, CubeSats that are up there mapping every 24 hours the entire planet, and they're starting to create their own. Now his thing was, he's going, look, the sensors, what I wanted to do is you can track in real time from your own house with different sensors. You could have sensors pointing straight up on your roof. You get the spectrometry of, whatever you call that, of what the materials are in, what they're floating down, what the makeup in the atmosphere of different particles, of the makeup of the gas of the blah, 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 blah. We got sensors, and you put them on every house, and they link in. Well, you can get real-time accurate data for temperature and weather and barometric pressure and, and humidity and all this other stuff. And we are the internet. We are the Weather Channel. So that was what he was working on. And then they found out there was another guy I hooked him up with, and what he found out was that he goes, wait a minute, we're finding out that where this 5G stuff is where these fires are happening. So they were doing overlap of these different filters and everything, and they're going, whoa, the aluminum that they did in some, shingles of the house and how they're doing in fireproofing of the different yada, 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 and then the 5G comes and fires. So they're going, oh, hell no. So you're putting these guys together, and all of a sudden they found stuff. Well, one of the other guys was a guy named Tim Ball, which was a weather professor of climatology or something in Canada. This other guy came out with, he's global warming. I got global warming data, global warming, we're all going to die, hockey stick, global warming hockey stick. So he was a hockey stick guy. Well, Tim Ball comes out and he goes, yeah, well, he is a moron, and if he was to ever submit this as a graduate student paper and he would get an F and flunk, and oh my God, and where's your data? So this guy sues Tim Ball for defamation, because whenever you do a search on this other guy would come up and it'd be outquitted comparison of, and I say he's full of crap. So he can't have that. And he has the support of they, them, those. So they do a slap suit, strategic litigation for what, anyway, it's to shut you up is what it is. So they go after him. He goes, all right, bring it on. Now, of course, he had to spend a bunch of money and contributions of whatever, and he's poor, but it went all the way through, and just last week, I guess it was, is that the court came down and said, yep, Tim Ball wins. Now, the biggest reason was the science. They go, all right, let's do the science. Give us your data. This is publicly funded data, right? This is, like kind of, and you're a public and we're all public, so give us your data. You have to he refused to do it because it didn't exist. So he's like, yeah, all I got right here, well, I'm not doing it because I don't want to do it. Okay, you lose. Boom. So Timothy Ball won this because what he was challenging said this guy was full of crap because he doesn't have this data. It doesn't exist. So when he push come to shove, he didn't have it and dismissed the lawsuit. And he had to pay all his attorney fees. So that helped him out there. So he gets some money. So this just happened this week. So this climate change thing, and we're done. It was on Zero Hedge, but you'll never see it in the lamestream media, even more than a mention, because then, and they go, so what happens? We put it up on the site. I start getting the troll spam email of what an idiot I am. Well, if you really want to know what's going on, you should read this Slate Ross story, Common Dream Caused Lefty, whatever, of how, he didn't really win or something like. I'm going, wow. You're not even going to give them even a little bit of props? I mean, so that tells me everything where their bias is.
Mm-hmm.
So that's just, I want to get that story out.
Yeah. Wow. Well, we probably should do a whole show on this. I will, let me just give my little 2 cents on this, and maybe this will be a nice primer for another show. One of the quandaries that I have is when it comes to climate change, I do believe in the concept of carbon dioxide emissions affecting climate. And there's numerous reasons why. And then much of it actually comes from Carl Sagan. Carl Sagan's professor, the person who trained Carl Sagan. So he's like from, like, I don't know, he was in the 1930s, 40s, and he wound up, I think, somehow teaching Sagan. And of course, Sagan took that information and popularized it a bit more. But the concept was predicted and of climate change before we started to really see the climate change, predicting about CO2 emissions. And during these during all of these years, much more science has come out, not necessarily about climate change, but about other areas about the planet. We've studied quite a bit about the 3 other mass extinctions, not just the asteroid that wound up killing the dinosaurs. There were 3 mass extinctions before that were worse, that people often don't know about, and I didn't even know about until I studied it. And much of it had to do with basically in order to kill more animals than the asteroid did, it had to have something else worse. And one of the worst were from the Russian steppes of these volcanic eruptions that basically clouded out the sun and created Venus on Earth. Anyway, I don't want to get too much in this. This is a whole nother show. The issue, though, is I think it's a real issue to a degree. We know with CO2 a buildup in ice cores. If you go to anywhere in the North Pole, Antarctic, and you sit there and you take a core from the ice, at the demarcation of industrialization, you see a spike in the CO2 in the ice. So I mean, it's clearly there. The question, though, is it's an issue that gets exploited, and that's my concern. Being more libertarian, is yes, it might be an issue, but the left has seized on it and politicized it and used it as an excuse, a get out of jail free card, in order for them to enact any kind of draconian policies anywhere. They just throw that card and say, oh, global warming. It's all racism, sexism, or global warming. It's all they have. And as Jordan Peterson would say, it's like a 3 pony ride, right? Instead of a 1 trick pony, you got 3. Every single issue that comes up, they filter through one of those 3. So I think in many ways, this issue of climate change, I think it turns off many conservatives or other people, even if you look at the science, because you stop even listening to them, because they wind up using this as a bludgeon to force their draconian rules. So I think it always comes down to, I think climate change to me is the new version of better red than dead or better dead than red. And so even if I, as someone that's a little more into the sciences, think that climate change could occur, I would rather be dead from climate change than be read and be part of some socialist fascist work. And that's, I think, where I think they lose many people in this regard. I keep thinking that maybe there could be some kind of actual discussion if the left, or at least the climate change movement, would say, look, let's at least if we come to the table and say we're not going to push any regulations, we're not going to force by the gunpoint any more regulations, carbon taxes, any of this crap. Let's just have a discussion without any pressure of government. Can we have a talk about the science? I have a feeling that many people on the right would start to listen if they didn't have this pressure of the gun at them. And I really believe that. I think we can at least have a discussion with the science, but you can't when you don't trust anything these people are saying. And half the time, I do believe, like what you're talking about, Ernie, that many of these studies are biased. If you're in science, if you happen to be in the science realm,
they already know what they want the end to be.
Wait, Ernie, if you're in science, you can't even get a grant unless you bow down to the altar of climate change. So it just begets more of this type of almost bias.
Okay, I got to repeat this one story. This will tell you everything.
Go ahead.
When I was doing the battery carbon nanotube stuff and I started producing nanotubes, I mean, how do you know they're nanotubes? I mean, you need to actually get an electron microscope, or you got to look at, I want to know. So I'm going, look, I got an innovative kind of, I'll go to look at Arizona State University, one of the major universities here. You guys got some carbon nanotube thing going on, don't you? Somebody's a carbon nanotube guy. Who's a nanotube guy? You got an electron microscope? Let's get that electron, take a looky-see here and see what I'm going to do. Let's do it. At least there are multi-layer carbon nanotubes, but I wanted to get a single chain of whatever. So I wrote emails, I went back and forth, and finally there was one professor. The one professor that had anything to do with carbon nanotubes he was looking for the Na'vi. He was looking for Pandora. He's looking to have natural carbon nanotubes in their leaves of kind of, how's it being affected by global warming. Okay, so if you put global warming and carbon nanotubes in a grant request, and you're funded, and I'm going, well, what if?
Of course.
I go, what have you done? I mean, what we got? I'm right here, man. Let's rock and roll. It's kind of how do you even know you're testing for carbon nanotubes in some leaf or something, right? Well, yeah, we need to. I go, well, are you doing it or you're not doing it? Oh, so you just, BSing your way, you got grant money. I'm going, holy crap, is it that bad? Yes, it's that bad. So I'm just like, hell no. You can't even waste time with these guys. Okay, I got 5 stories here up. I want to, just real quick. Is it
Wait, Ernie, and just one last coda comment on this is that if climate change really does exist, to me, the answer is the free market, because the money that you would make to save the planet, if you could just open it up instead of pushing down these companies, allow them free reign. To me, capitalism, the free market, could solve any problem that the free market through pollution can cause. But that's the problem, is that they're shutting down that type of free market, and they're pushing and magnifying studies that probably aren't as accurate to make their movement in order to have more control. That's where they are the problem, and they're creating global, if there is climate change, they're making it worse with these draconian policies. So I just wanted to add that in. There's a whole different take on this, rather than whether you're a so-called science denier or a climate change alarmist. I think as many of these issues, there's more of a moderate, sensible position if people could communicate and talk. And that is what I think Trump ultimately is realigning how the American people do communicate, together. So anyway, go ahead.
There is so much change within the next, 2024 election cycle. I mean, it's going to be a different world. It's going to be more and more down to the individual, with more and more, because it already has been. All this stuff that they're freaking out about is because they're losing control. What happens when they planned on everybody all in with their IRAs and 401ks and the manipulated participation of the employer, if you get in the free of the yada yada, and the pension of you're going to get some later and kind of pinky swear, everybody all in, and it's ours now. Okay, well, what happens when they go to take it and everybody went, I turned it to crypto or precious metals and you can suck it and you don't get it. Oh, well, we passed a law, we're going to come get you. I mean, this is ratchet. This is the death of the dying state. Now, this one story that we have up, Tucker Carlson took time off vacation or something, and man, it went, woo, we got to replace Tucker Carlson. He's not there to defend himself, going to get some. And then and I'm like, whoa. Well, not that I'm a big, giant Tucker Carlson fan. I remember his, Crossfire days, bow tie of, even Jon Stewart slapped him around justifiably. But, this has been, I remember him at Restore the Republic rally. Ron Paul had like 60,000 people in an arena, across town from the Republican National Convention in 2008. And Tucker Carlson was MC there, but he refused to introduce Jesse Ventura because he was a 9/11 denier. And I go, well, that tells you everything right there. So, of course, now that it's coming out, they got a big thing releasing today that they're talking about, Building 7 didn't come down because of fires and like we needed to have somebody tell us that. I'm like, yeah, well, it's more and more stuff. But they'll go, oh, that was back then. That was like JFK. We're not that bad. That was Hoover. We don't do that kind of stuff anymore. Oh, then you have the Church Report, where they were infiltrating every anti-war of kind of getting a dossier on there. Oh, we don't do that anymore. We had this report and said, well, we don't do that anymore. Then you get, you go to Iran-Contra or Watergate and Iran-Contra, and then you got the SNL scandal. We don't do that anymore. Then he goes, we don't do that anymore. 9/11. But we kind of caught them, and we don't do that anymore. And they're always doing it. They're always going to. You know why? Because they can. And they get away with it, and you let them. Well, here's this story. It comes in. This Anya Parampil is a Russia Today. She goes on Tucker Carlson, and she goes, let me tell you why we got all this migrant crisis and everything. It came from the Obama administration. It came from the Clinton administration. It came from all these policies and things that they did and coups, regime changes they done in Latin America everywhere. And then you got all these problems, and you wonder why.
By the way, it's not just Obama and Clinton. Don't forget you've got
George
John
W.
McCain.
Just as bad.
Yeah, John McCain and George Bush with all the amnesty crap. Exactly.
So this is, it goes back to, it's sooner or later the people, what do I got to wait for? A documentary? Trump, the movie. Well, what's the movie coming out? The movie is on in 2003 when they were blackmailing, bribing, doing everything, and she was one of the signal intelligence people that got to see what was going on at the United Nations with Britain and the U.S., threatening and getting people to do, and we got Palau on our side, the coalition of the willing kind of crap. When that was going on, they were lying. They were lying their asses off, and she knew it, and they went after, you're not allowed to tell the people when the government's lying. You go to jail for that. So this movie with Keira Knightley coming out this Friday, Official Secrets. Here it's going to tell you another story, another Snowden thing, another. Do you have to wait a decade to know what the hell's going on, or do you just know that there are lying sacks of shit all the time?
That was a classic. We should save that line.
All the time. How do you know they're lying? They're yakking. When I first started doing radio in 2003, Lou Rockwell was on one time. And, Lou is one of those guys you just turn it on, man. He just goes like me. It's just a monologue of it, and then the music starts. I like that. No dead air on my show. I just let you keep talking. So here we have Lou was going on, and I asked him, I go, how do you know when he was having 40 million page loads a month? 40 million in 2003. One of the top web pages. Do you think he wasn't targeted? So here you have the number one libertarian kind of got it all going on here, and Mises and Rothbard and says, and we got it, and here you go. Well, they go after him. Well, what did he say? He goes, if I always say the government is lying, I am more right than I am wrong. Just right out of the gate. They're lying.
The odds.
You're playing the odds. Do you think they're telling the truth? No. Why? Because they're talking.
Ernie, I've got a question for you. I'm going to be like Barbara Walters here for a second. I'm curious because every one of us listening has our moment when we've been red-pilled at some point. So I'm sure the audience, I don't know. I've never heard you say this. All the years that you and I argued. When was the moment that you got red-pilled? I mean, you probably were still in diapers maybe, but I'm curious, was there an event or something specific that really made you question the so-called reality of our political system?
Yep. Omnibus Trade Competitiveness Act of 88. It was my father's company. I was like, I remember in junior high, they made this point. You know it's fascism when you have the mix of business and government to the point that you can't tell the difference between the two. And I'm like, okay, that's good. And the communists, their vision is they just control it. There is no difference. Or, they don't even want, pretend there's a difference. So I'm going, okay, well, what's freedom? Well, it's when the individuals, you have your government protect the individual to do what they want as long as you're not bothering somebody, Bill of Rights and all that kind of stuff. Declaration of Independence, I'm like, cool. So I go down, and when all this trade stuff was happening, and I'm like, what the hell is there a rule book here? Okay, let's go to a rule book. Read the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, Bill of Rights. The Constitution, you had to go to the Articles of Confederation, you had to get the history and so on, because the Constitution I was not a fan of. I'm going, what the hell is this? They just created this thing to rule me, and it was the power to tax and eminent domain and go to war and all this other stuff. I go, hell, most of that I need the government to protect me from. What the hell? I'm institutionalizing it? What kind of BS is that? Then you get in the Federal Reserve, all this other stuff. So as I was reading, that's why the shows Declare Your Independence. Well, as I went through all this and there was a law that had just came out like the year before, and it was at the end of the Reagan administration. It was really there for Daddy Bush as they were going in the future of this New World Order thing. When he gave his speech, a New World Order, everybody's all freaking out, woohoo, New World Order. Or they're like, whoa, this is what we've been warning about. Well, what I had read was what was building up to that. The Omnibus Trade Competitiveness Act of 88. Later, I found Cato did a big thing on it. You can go read it, and it tells you all about it. But when I read it, I could see what was happening. It was fascism written down. It was internet where they were saying we need to export. My father's company manufacturing camping trailers for touring motorcycles, and they wanted it in Europe in the worst way because they were taking down travel restrictions, and you didn't need a passport to go from Portugal to Spain, kind of crap. So I'm going, woohoo, and they wanted it. Dad, let's do it. Well, I got enough domestic here, but we got to save America. We need America. And Valley Bank, which was the biggest bank here, is a local Arizona bank, they were willing to give, 70 to 80% of the value of any order you got. You got an order, boom, they give you 78% right there. And you manufacture and do, and let's go export. Well, I need to know which country. And so as I read this law, it was extremely obvious to me that it was a coup on our economy. And it was central banking, and it was all the finance guys and freight forwarders and those that made money off of the trade and tariffs and back and forth. Then they had the Uruguay round of the GATT treaty, which was you had, the way it worked is you would have a tariff on certain products that came in, and then each country had tariffs on going out to them. Well, they wanted to harmonize these codes. They wanted to make them all the same things when in one area. Example, in the United States, you would have cars. All right, cars would be taxed at a whatever rate, and they defined that as something. In Australia, it was anything with wheels. If it came with wheels, well, then it was all in the same category kind of thing. So they were trying to harmonize this to make it easy so you could have, we have a net trade balance, positive or negative with like China or something like that. Well, my advocacy at the time when I'm dealing with congressmen and senators and all that kind of crap and governors and so on, I go, wait a minute. How come it's not the same? If you got this harmonized code, you have this widget, trailer goes to the United States, you pay X amount. Well, that's what it costs for this country because that's what it costs for us to export to them. Well, if you just push the button and says we charge whatever they charge. If they're doing 15% on import, fine. We charge 15% on theirs coming here. As before I was libertarian and kind of none and whatever. Didn't care. I just like, the fairness of it. You want them to have low tariffs for our stuff. Well, then you match whatever they got, and I guarantee it'll start to even out. Well, during the U.S. trade representatives that were negotiating these treaties and so on, they would work for the United States, negotiate it in the favor of Japan, then go work for Japan. Or they would just go to Japan and then negotiate and kind of the wheel of influence and lobbyist or whatever on these trade agreements. So even 60 Minutes was doing a big thing going, wow, we're being screwed by all the stuff that Trump is talking about now. CBS 60 Minutes was saying this in the early 90s. So I'm going, they're just lying. It's not they're there to protect me, our way of life, all this American her interest, all this BS they keep saying. It is just a few people in certain positions of power that get the gravy train, and it always went back to the international corporations, the banking of central bank and stuff. So I'm going, it's all a lie, all of it. How is it that we have an impact on that? It was elections. I had nothing to do with I didn't give a crap about elections. So I started looking at election. Who can I help? Who can I... There wasn't anybody. I got to do it myself? Seriously? I ran as a write-in candidate in 1990 to get standing for me to be able to challenge 44 election laws all the way to the Ninth Circuit. I go, let me show you what they're doing. This. No, by the way, here comes this computer voting thing is really going to jack us up, which is what I'm fearful of. It's just election fraud writ large all over because they can. And if Trump isn't there to stop it and got his army of little guys making sure they don't whatever, it's going to be whatever the hell they want it to be. I guarantee it. So I'm going, the epiphany to me was they lying. The entire United States government and every government on every level is there to serve not you and to rip you off and to get you collectivized and all money and everybody all in on that, and it's ours now. And this is, the wiping off is going to happen again. And when it happens, is all your money on the table for them to take? What are you going to do? How are you going to rebuild? Are you going to put it right back into another central banking of whatever the hell? Or are you going to go to something else? Oh, that's illegal. I'm telling you, you got to go pirate. The only way, you don't got to go threaten it. I don't want to fix your system or change your system. Peace out. Do whatever the hell you want. But I'm not in it. Am I allowed not to be? Am I allowed not to care? No. You have to participate and add to the list of people that participated because you can't have non-participators. Australia makes it illegal to not vote. You get penalized in some. I think it's a tax thing, or you better be voting. You got to support the system. Well, at least we're not there yet here in America, but it's coming. So when was my light went on? When it was neon flashing obvious to me that they were using the wealth of America and individual Americans to just lay in the piping for it to go to them through Goldman Sachs. They took it. And I go, it's no more complicated than that. And if you know the destination, you see the journey. That was David Icke thing. If you know if you know where they're going, what they want to do, you can see everything they got to do it. And that's what's been happening. What's the solution? To get the hell out of that. That is the only solution. In my opinion, what say you, Frank? Did I lose Frank? I think it went out during my rant. God dang it. I hate when that happens. Yeah, no, get back, Frank. Come back. Yeah, there you are. Yeah, I know, it just timed out. I don't know what happened. It didn't like
There we are.
Yeah,
all right, I'm back. Yeah, it just went out on me for some reason.
No, it was a timing thing. I don't know. The man didn't like it. Ernie was talking too much.
Hey, look, I heard that. I want to ask you just one last question, too, since I'm playing Barbara Walters a little bit. But what is for the Libertarian Party? And I know you can go on for hours. I'm curious. We talked earlier in the show about the moderates in this country that are basically they're being forced to choose, sort of like Boris Johnson forcing the Queen to choose a side. I mean, this is a point where these cultures are dividing and you have to pick. And so anyway, I'm wondering with the Libertarian Party, do you see more members of Libertarians coming from the left or the right at this point? Like, where do you think I think typically it comes from the right, I find. But are you finding more people from the left becoming libertarians or no?
That's their attempt. And it has been since certainly Bill Weld. This was their we got to go to the left. We hate Trump. Anybody but Trump. We hate Trump. And, of course, the leadership there and so on. And what was amazing, there's, a lot of Trump supporting or this or that. I didn't care. I thought the Libertarian Party was supposed to be a standard, to help change the conversation, the general public opinion, all that other stuff takes care of itself. But that's not what a political party wants. Certainly not, those that want to be in charge and wear the shiny badge. They want to have some kind of influence on the election. They want to be, get the money. They want to start paying salaries. They want to get the executive director of somebody and working the campaign of, big boys coming over and they got money through the industrial complex or Wall Street or whatever. We went through this before. When in 1996, when we were running Rick Tompkins, the state chair here in Arizona against Harry Brown, the reason is not because Harry Brown was that bad. It was his campaign. They were just doing whatever they could to get money from Wall Street. And when we were talking on, man, this is going to be gone, and they go, shut up, you're queering our deal with getting money from Wall Street. And they're like wanting us to be quiet because the libertarians weren't getting money from Wall Street because we were making fun of Wall Street. I'm like, what? That's our job? Is it? And it's continued since then. So this has been, 15 years later, 20 years, 25 years. This has been going on, that they're there to make money. They're there to have influence, and we got how many libertarians elected or whatever. They don't even care about the cultural change or shift like we do here in Arizona. Arizona's not about how many libertarians we can elect. It's how much we can use these elections to talk about the issues that we want and become in the fully developed ideas in the minds of the people. And then you got, freaking every candidate in their planet running around telling how libertarian they are and they're going to address this issue. Are they going to do it? No, not really. But what did they do? They expanded the thought process and the rhetoric and the conversation, and controversy creates commitment in the minds of the people here, whether they vote or not. That is the power. They don't see that. The party wants to have what they want. They want numbers, vote totals, money. That's all they care about. And you go to these conventions, so it's all about that. And that's what this next election is going to be about. They're going to be, woohoo, who's going to get, we're going to make some money. They're going to be talking about money and how much money they raise in money. And then they'll go, vote percentages, we got, we went from 3 to 4%. Woohoo! Well, how much did you, educate the people? Did you accumulate what a libertarian is more, that they can define it and they agree with it? And as times come around, they go, yeah, those guys. By the time that happens, you're not going to be it anymore. As you're supposed to be there guarding the Liberty Tree, you'll be sitting there carving in it. Federal matching funds and universal basic income and baking the cake and all this other BS. And I'm going, by the time the people are ready to pick you, they're not going to want to pick you. What the hell did you think was going to happen? That's where I'm at.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I think the Libertarian Party has been missing the boat in a kind of significant way.
What do you mean significant way? Well, what way? What boat you want them to catch? Trump?
No, I think what they're missing is is basically the nationalist populist movement. It doesn't mean that libertarians have to become nationalists. I want to be very clear. Yeah, I just think that this election is unique, and I've never said ever. And for people who've never heard me before, I'm not one of those people that says this election is the most important we've ever had, like Sean Hannity will say, and Rush Limbaugh every 2 years. I get nauseous every time I hear that. But this election, this is the first time I've ever said it. I do believe there's a crisis in the culture. Forgetting about individual political views, it comes down to the culture issue, which is what I've hammered on this show from day one. It's not about the policy; it's the culture that the country is losing, and it's not just this country; it's around the world. And there's many factors. I mean, of course, there's the globalist movement, but it's also equally with the globalist movement, which has been around before. It's because of the technology. The technology has completely obliterated the way that narratives and opinions are being made. And God knows, our side's already known this for years. We have people like Alex Jones called the info wars, information wars. I mean, there's nothing more prescient than what Alex Jones set up his entire website over. And that also includes Freedom's Phoenix and what Ernie Hancock has done.
This is why Alex and I kind of had a thing. The last time I was on his show is when the FBI was visiting him, and he was like, Ernie, I need you on the front line with. Well, you know what's going to happen. Alex is definitely going to be the guy holding the megaphone. And no matter who's in with him or cheering or standing beside or part of, he's in charge, and you're just part of the minions of supporting whatever the hell it is that he wants, And I'm like, which is cool. I mean, peace out. Do what you want. But I'm telling you, best advice I got from someone was a friend of mine that said, if you stop being so paranoid, all those people would stop following you. And he goes, well, they're really there. He goes, they're really there. I go, I know. I just don't care. I go, why do I have to care? I go, of course they're there. There's a big, giant, long line of them there. What is it? Like you say, it's an info war. We'll worry about that.
Well, I mean, there's an old saying, I'm sure everyone's heard it, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And I think when you've got moderate Democrats that are willing to vote for Donald Trump. I mean, they're all over. I mean, people, they're coming out saying this. It's not because they're all of a sudden on the Trump train. It's because they finally see that there is an issue that transcends, or dare I say, Trump, all the other issues that we've been fighting for the last 40, 50 years, abortion and taxes and on and on and on, and the Federal Reserve. I mean, there's all of these changes, and I'm aware of these issues, but it's like we've fought over these other issues for so many years. The media has taken sides. We have the decentralization of it. We have technology changes with the internet, and actually, first before that was cable. Remember, we had three news stations for you youngins and younglings out there: ABC, NBC, CBS. That was pretty much it. Eventually, we had PBS and a couple others. But once we went to 24-hour news cycles with cable, with CNN, which, by the way, Bill Clinton and the raging agent James Carville was brilliant recognizing it at the time. He was somebody that recognized that 24-hour news cycles would change the way news and politics were in this country. And the Democrats were able to capitalize on that, just like Kennedy capitalized on what television could do for the first presidential debate on TV. So in many ways, the technology has often leapfrogged us to another level. And the same thing has happened now, at this time with the internet, but people can't keep up with it. So anyway, I think that the moderates ultimately are going to wake up with this. They're going to make the change and the shift. And that's ultimately what I think is going to happen and move this next election.
Well, I'm just hoping people are educated enough to know what to blame. They may still give me universal basic income and welfare and food stamps so I can survive, but that's not like I think you should, or it's going to work for any amount of time, or that you guys don't suck now. But maybe I'll put food on my family for another month and start growing season or something. But stuff is, people are going to act on what they perceive to be their self-interest. But I am telling you that what's coming and all the stuff that they're promising is just going to make it worse. You have to be independent self-sustaining of your own community. I'm not looking about, you're never going to be able to do it alone. It takes a village. Yeah. But does it take a state? I'm going, oh my God.
Exactly.
Study discovers that if the debt machine was turned off, I kept putting this up there. I wanted to get on this today. A new study has discovered that this is from Economic Collapse blog. Michael Snyder writes this stuff. A new study has discovered that we are far more dependent on America's great debt creation machine than most of us would have ever dared to imagine. Today, debt is involved in most of our major transactions. In order to purchase a home, most of us go into debt. The same thing is true when most of us buy a vehicle. Total credit card debt is well over $1 trillion, and total student loan debt is now over $1.5 trillion. Corporate debt has more than doubled since the last financial crisis. State and local governments are absolutely drowning in debt and unfunded pension liabilities, and the federal government is more than $22 trillion in debt. Yeah, definitely more than that. The Federal Reserve and the too big to fail banks are at the core of this insidious debt-based system, and it has been systematically destroying the bright future that our children and our grandchildren are supposed to have. But if you turn this debt machine off, what's going to happen, Frank? It's going to go bad real fast. So,
Yep.
So now they got to get the money. They don't want to give the money, and this is what they do. Quantitative easing. To whom? It'd been cheaper just to pay off everybody's house after the 08-09 scandal. All that subprime, it'd been a lot better. You just paid off their house, gave the people the money instead of giving it to the banks, and tens of trillions overseas. What the hell was that about? So now I'm going to taxpayers funding too big to fail banks in Europe? What the companies? What the hell is going on? So they're going to do it again. But what are they going to do this time? Pinky swear, get your digital wallet through the banking of Grandma Just Button of you get your crypto, and we got some free money sitting in there for you, and you're welcome. That's what's coming. And they're going to do it to the people in the form of universal basic income, or it's going to be some granted blah, 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 blah. But it's going to definitely be paperwork, an iris scan of you're allowed and you didn't do it right and we turned you off and you can't get a train ticket. This is what's coming. Then what? You're going to be happy about pirates, I guarantee it. And an alternative communication method of the email, of the phone, of the privacy phone, of suck it. And this is what's coming. This is what we're up against. Don't think so? Look at Hong Kong.
Yep. Yeah, the Hong Kong protesters are now the terrorists, according to the left propaganda. Yeah, same thing. Well, look, Ernie, I have to get going in just a few, but my thing with the Libertarian Party, and I don't want to be just bashing and throwing stones at them because I've always honored the Libertarians, but between being taken over the Koch brothers, between being just another arm of
which is Justin Amash thing. If Justin Amash takes over, that's Koch.
Yeah, exactly. And I just feel that the Libertarians have just, and we've debated this with a certain head of the Libertarian Party. And we debated about what the movement should represent or could. The Libertarians, I always give full credit because they're standing 100% by principle, which I guess at the end of the day is a solid reason to think.
In convention, the rank and file when it comes to the platform guy, but they do shenanigans. In 06, they just stripped the entire platform with proxies. They're a political party.
Yeah, the same crap as the other parties. Exactly, the same manipulation of their version of a primary. Heck, I remember last time you had the one guy strip dancing in front for the primary.
Hell, that was the best part.
And you were there. Yeah, that was the only good part. But the thing,
we had a lot of actors. They go, hey, Weeks took he took an arrow, for the party to pull the attention from Bill Weld getting the nomination for VP. So they gave him statewide status membership and fully paid free ride to go to any and everything in the state of Pennsylvania.
Look, that was fantastic. Look, I just think that this is the one election, and I've never said this before. I never felt this way before, but I do think it's really at a bedrock shift. It's a cult. It's voting on culture. It's not about any of the issues that we've been arguing over all of these years. I think it's basically, do we still value American culture? Do we even recognize it anymore? And how do we deal with this in the front of this new technological change, which is decentralizing information, which is going to happen. We can't get around it. But I think as we all go our separate ways and we all have our own bubbles of information, whether it's the Drudge Report or Freedom's Phoenix or CNN or whatever, we're all going our own different directions. Can we at least unify around a central premise of what an American is? And that, I think, is what really people are reaching for. They're trying to have this discussion as people are angry or are being ticked off over Thanksgiving dinner. I mean, this transcends individual issues. So when I know you or Tim or other people have knocked me about, well, how's Donald Trump think about this, and it's not he's not abolishing the Federal Reserve. He didn't pull all the troops out on day one. I mean, even though the guy's more anti-war than any other candidate, Republican or Democrat, comparatively, aside from Ron Paul, comparatively, but nevertheless, it's not about those issues. And I know it sounds like some Trump people, like Alex Jones, with Gary Franchi, many of us that were all diehard, Ron Paul people, and it's like from the libertarian perspective, we're all a bunch of turncoats, being part of the status system, which we don't see it that way. It's about those issues that we've been fighting over can take a back seat for a minute, because if we can't even converse, if we can't even talk, if we can't even agree of what temperature is outside without it being skewed and fake news or whatever, then we can't even have a discussion about anything else that we all think is important. So that, to me, is where the libertarians are losing that point, that they could be part of saying we are American as everybody else. We have different views. We'll get to that, but we are still part of the American culture, and here is why and how. Instead, I think it's almost like they're obstinate, kind of being in the corner with their hands, or their arms crossed over, just being obstinate, saying still, and not seeing what this fight is about. So that's why I think it's a huge loss for the Libertarian Party, and you see the divergence of libertarians. Again, Alex Jones, Gary Franchi types, and myself, and Peter Schiff is kind of like in between. But that's where I think libertarians are missing out. And then on top of that, you double down when they're going in bed with the Koch brothers and the establishment.
You know what's going to be interesting is Friday when we have the conversation with Star Child. Now, here is a guy that has run for a lot of different things. He's been on the Libertarian National Committee. He ran for school superintendent in San Francisco as a gay escort filmmaking, whatever, porn star guy, okay? Now, Star Child I've known for, since 96, 2000, at least 2000. So that's been like almost 20 years. I know him to be a principled guy. Well, of course, he comes at it from, sex worker, freedom, my body kind of thing. But when you're consistent on that, it delves into like everything. So I'm going, cool. Well, his focus has been nationalism. He's going, nationalism is a disease. It's like, this populism, my country, you don't like it, leave it, America and pledge of something. And he's going, that very mindset is what the state uses to get you on Team America, whatever the hell that means. And my thing, I have a complete understanding on this. And I'm like, bring it on. Let's talk about it. Now, he won't go far enough, in my view, because he sees the Libertarian Party, and the party is the best vehicle to further this concept. And I'm going, yeah, but do you need any collective to further a concept? I mean, maybe as an individual candidate, you can do something to think you got to have the party first. This is where you start getting into these guys. Yeah, but we got to have the health of the party so we can get to these issues. And I'm going, yeah. After 20 years, you're thinking you're wasting your freaking time? Did that occur to you guys? I'm going, why don't you just focus on the issue? That's what it used to be when you had parties like the Republicans, was a third party outside of something. Here comes Abraham Lincoln. Okay? So they would pick one issue. There was a slavery thing. Did they really care about slavery? Hell no. We had another a story today up here. We're going Irish slave trade, the forgotten white slaves from the 1600s and something. The Irish were considered, freaking slave labor to the elites, and they shipped them over as indentured servitudes and slaves here to the New World, and they were the slaves of the day. Then they go, we're kind of running out of them. We got Africa, got a whole bunch. So where's the reparations for the Irish? I got a little redhead. I got a little Irish in me, Kirkpatrick. I'm like, hey, where's my money? Give me some. I got descended from white slaves. Now what? You see, this kind of groupthink, identity politic kind of thing is the problem. That is what I'm going, no, it's Declaration of Independence. We don't care about the past. We're just declaring from now and forever in the future, and then we're done. No, hell no. We got to, keep digging up the past and justifying why I get to be king and I pulled the sword out of the rock or something. So I'm just, no. This whole thing will come down to individuals just calling BS on the whole thing. And whatever new thing they come up with, whatever new philosophy, it's an ism. I got cartoons from the 30s and 40s talking about the isms. So this is just, it's all the same. And I'm wondering, when are the Trumpistas, going to finally start to realize that what the problem is not that we don't have a collective enough, that we're not arm holding enough, that not we're linked enough around America enough and the border enough. It's too much. There's always too much of the collectivism and groupthink of that. That's how they take advantage of us. And until we realize that and just go pirates, you're never going to be able to build the ship. You're never going to be able to get you're never going to go, what are you talking about? It's just an opinion. So that's what I'm working on. You go read the letters of Captain Mark. Opinion. That's my opinion. And when enough people have this opinion, it just falls apart. And it goes down, democratizes down to the individual. So I'm willing to wait because I'm doing what? I'm building it for my grandchildren. So they're not going to have to suffer under the slavery, under whatever fill-in-the-blank government, for whatever fill-in-the-blank reasons that they're there. Because whatever they come up with is bullshit anyway.
Yeah, I agree. It's going to be very fascinating. I mean, I'm sure most people listening realize that we're living through historic times. I mean, probably the closest we've had to historic times for many of our years may have been the Reagan years, as far as the fall of the Soviet Union and the Cold War. I mean, before that it was World War II, of course. I mean, when you sit back and you think 100 years from now, or a bit further out, what parts of our experience will ever be really, be in the history books? I mean, you don't really think about people from 1910 or 1850s. I mean, they lived through their political scandals and things as well. But what are the highlights, right? The Civil War, of course, the Revolution, World War II.
Teapot
Dome. I really believe that we're going to be living through, I think history will show that we're living through maybe the first information war. And I don't mean to be just cribbing Alex Jones on that. I think it's going to be historic because it's the first time that we're having this crisis with the advent of technology, the internet, the decentralization of all information, and how we have to reassess. It's kind of like having libraries. I mean, my daughter, I took her to the local library. They have little kid nights and such. And I haven't been to a library in like a decade. You know, I sat back and I'm thinking, what exactly does a library do now? I mean, they don't have that many books. It's just a bunch of computers and people sitting around
They
on the
compete with Barnes and Nobles. They put in couches and donuts and coffee. You know, with my tax money. I'm going, whoa,
with
whoa,
their
whoa,
tax
whoa.
money, exactly.
Whoa.
So I sit back and I'm like, okay, well, you know, remember the old Dewey Decimal System, and now we've got basically Google. You know, for better or for worse, that's another story. But I mean, things have changed that much. Look. I don't want to get too much in my doctor mode. I try to keep those separate. But you know, I am professor of urology in the medical school. I've been teaching there for 17 years, 18 years now. And it's fascinating teaching. I just teach the one class, the advanced urology class. But it's interesting watching the changes. When I first started teaching, it was right after I graduated. You know, I taught with a blackboard and chalk. You know, I would use overhead projectors. I would make overheads and put them up. And after a few years came the PowerPoint deal. And then after that, it just kept changing and changing to now the students don't even buy books. They download the books illegally. It's kind of like Napster. I mean, nobody ever buys a textbook. They just rip them off and they just get them online, you know, and they barely even read them. Nobody even reads textbooks. The way that medical students are learning is different because to them, and I have to admit, it is true. When I was in medical school, there was, of course, God, I sound old now. Yeah, there was no real internet. I mean, at least not a pragmatic internet. So if you wanted to learn medicine or about techniques, you had to memorize it. You had to put all this information and cram it into your brain for recall. And then the idea was to find a nice resource book, like a pocket guide you had on you. But the thing is, you crammed the data in your head, but it wasn't like you had the experience as much. Now, in these days, no student spends any time just shoving stuff in their brain because they can look everything up. If you want to know what antibiotic goes with a strep infection, you just Google it and you find out like in between patients. It's that simple. So medicine is changing, at least in theory, to be more conceptual. So you can see the big picture. Unfortunately, that doesn't happen because of the way the medical system is set up, but that's another story. But what I'm getting to is that people, the way they process information is completely different now, and it's going to be for generations to come, and that includes news. It includes how we get how we get information. I mean, my daughter, who's 2 years old now, will never understand a day where you would turn on TV and watch Ted Koppel or Walter Cronkite and tell us what's going on. I mean, those days are gone, and she won't even be able to relate to that. So we're going through this shift right now.
I believe him anyway.
That is what Trump is literally, you know, riding the wave of this transition around the world, but also obviously in this country. But it's the technological change, how we process info, and how we can relate to each other when we're all in our own bubbles. Even as libertarians, you know, we're all listening to different sources. You know, whether it's Drudge or whether it's the Corbyn or whether it's Fox News or whatever it is. Yet we're all still friends. We're still in the same bubble, let's say, as conservative, libertarian, Trumpism, whatever that we all are. That's why Ernie and I don't kill each other completely. We're still somewhat we can relate. Even Dave Chappelle. But we're all coming at it from different perspectives. How does this manifest into running a country when we're all having our own sources?
You can't fix the power. You have to eliminate it.
What's that?
You can't fix the power. You have to ignore it, eliminate it, bypass it. This is what the problem.
I agree.
I wanted to bring up this one when I was thinking Teapot Dome scandal came into my head. I'm looking it up here on Wiki. What Teapot Dome was about is in, it was 1920s, something like that. The United States President Harding from 21 to 23, Secretary of Interior Albert Baconfall, Navy Petroleum Reserves, Teapot Dome, Wyoming. This is what was going on. During the First World War, the Middle East they knew that they had oil there. Well, Britain would not go to oil-fired freighters' navy. Their entire navy ran on coal. Okay, first it was sailing ships, then it was steam, and how did you make steam with coal? Then you had these big coal tenders and so on, where you had, more energy density, which meant you had fewer tender ships and so on if they went to oil. So they go petroleum, and I don't know if they refined it at all. They just burned the oil. I have no idea. But they, until they had a steady supply, forever, never, and always, of oil, they wouldn't make the transition. This is where Churchill got involved and everything, and then Chamberlain took over, and then Churchill came back in World War II, and it's all based on this stuff. On the Navy, when they had a secure British petroleum, they had oil, and how did all our oil get underneath your sand? Well, they drew the lines. The French and British map makers in World War I, you want to know what's going on, watch the movie Lawrence of Arabia. That was probably the best, most entertaining, kind of give you a snapshot of what was going on in World War I in the Middle East. They were blowing up rail lines. They were keeping the Ottoman Empire occupied there because they didn't want Turkey, the Ottoman Empire, to reinforce the Germans in their trench warfare that was going on in France. So they kept them involved because they knew that if they left Saudi Arabia, the Arabian Peninsula, they would never get back. Well, then the British go, and it's ours now. And they said, you're sheik of this and you're that, and now sign here how our oil underneath your sand is ours now. So that's what was going on. In America, they were doing the same thing. To go to a oil base from coal navy, they had to have a reserve that they could count on they got, and it's ours. Now, the U.S. right now is the number one oil exporter producer in the world. Hell, Texas was always the number. If it was his own country, it'd be number 3 all the time. Hell, it could be number 1. They want to, man, and fracking and stuff, rock and roll. Now they got earthquakes and contaminated water and all kinds of crap. But, here we'll see, where that goes. But here we have in 1921, President Harding issued an executive order that transferred control of Teapot Dome oil field in Wyoming and the Elk Hills Buena Vista oil fields in California. A lot of people, you go to L.A., a lot of people don't know. Watch Swordfish with Hugh Jackman and Halle Berry and John Travolta, and you'll see there's oil fields all over L.A. I mean, it's one time, I remember, Lucille Ball and Desi Arnaz and them moving to California. It was all about oil fields and stuff. So they got a lot of oil in freaking L.A. You didn't know that, did you? What do you think the La Brea tar pits is all about and everything? Okay, so here you have this oil. What did they do? In California and Wyoming, they said this is transferred to the from the Navy Department to the Department of the Interior. Now, that wasn't implemented until 22, but this is what happened. There was an Interior Secretary, Albert Fall, leased the oil production rights at Teapot Dome to Harry F. Sinclair of Mammoth Oil. Now, it was, Sinclair Oil, they had, like the dinosaur and everything. Well, this was a sweetheart deal that didn't have any competitive bidding and everything, and we kind of leased it at a really low price of they get the oil and then they get to sell it, and there was a big scandal inside the cabinet, and it was the first time ever that a cabinet member ever went to prison. That's why the Teapot Dome scandal was a big political deal. Who's to blame on that one? Well, it's gotten so much worse than that. I mean, and it wasn't until Watergate that they had anything even coming close to the scandal that it was. So what was it? It was a resource of the people, and for the Navy, that they gave the private industry for them to make a bunch of money on because they could. What? How many times has that happened on steroids since then? What do you think all this too big to fail and bank bailout and quantitative, all this other crap that's going on to the bank? Teapot Dome is freaking piddly crap. This is just how it works. And them uncovering this, it was the same thing. It was a Russiagate crap. Is to benefit one side over the other and outquit it as they both get their chance to do the same thing and control the media. So there is no generation doesn't go by without their JFK, 9/11, Ruby Ridge, Waco, Oklahoma City, Teapot, Watergate crap. It's the system. And it's mostly, sure as hell, since they done the Federal Reserve and income tax and so on. This country is not even, what it is now is not even close to what the promise was. And what was the promise? The Declaration of Independence. And then it went to the Constitution. And we spell it with a capital C-O and N. the Constitution, and you go to the About page on Freedom's Phoenix, 15 years ago, we put it, say, man, we knew we were screwed before the ink was dry. We're just sitting here staying out of the way, and we're just chronicling it. We're just making it available so you can do a search and you can find this stuff that they're eliminating, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, I mean, I agree in large part, but I think the where you and I always kind of defer is I look at government, at limited government, as the promise was, as a necessary evil. I mean, it's something that you can both cherish and abhor. It's like, not to be too geeky, but it's what Gene Roddenberry always talked about with Star Trek. One of the things, those best episodes, whether Fighting Q or different episodes, was about humanity. That human beings could be so evil and so draconian and so duplicitous and all of this, and yet at the same time they are beautiful and they have emotions, and there's romance and there's poetry and there's the spirit and the human soul, and the two of them are just almost at odds. It's like the duality of humanity, the yin and the yang, and because human beings are the ones that have to rule ourselves to some degree, whether it's ruling your own self or some kind of collective, this is where it's the love-hate relationship with it. And I know from the anarchist perspective, it's always evil no matter what. But, I think I look at government, limited government, extremely limited government, the more states, 10th Amendment, blah, blah, blah. But I look at it as like having family. I mean, how many people, it's like you have a love-hate relationship sometimes with family, like with Thanksgiving, and the old stereotype, you may not always get along with Uncle Ted or this or that, or there's certain family dynamics that are not good, but there's other family dynamics that are quite good and are the bedrock at the end of the day of the family unity. Otherwise, I guess nobody would ever go to Thanksgiving, and you would just abandon your family altogether. I'm sure everyone listening has issues with family, and there's rough spots, but it's kind of like the rocky road of what what relationships are about, and government is just a larger version of it. It's just when you get to be too large, it becomes too impersonal, and that's where the representation issue comes into play. And the globalists take it to the much, much, much extreme level. I mean, there's nothing beyond globalism except having the Federation of Planets from Star Trek, which is another deal. So to me, that is where I guess you and I might defer with some of this, that I look at limited government as a necessary evil to try to moderate, to be aware of, to communicate, to deal with the rocky patches like any family relationship dynamic is about. So that's kind of.
I mean, there's always going to be a government. It's called rules and family and and tribe of local village. If I don't like that guy, move over here. There's always a guy. Well, how do you get away from the guy? You can't. He's got a shiny badge and he rules you. You got to take away his shiny badge. Oh, I know that shiny badge is pretty valuable. He's got a bunch of people give him a bunch of money to keep that shiny badge. Well, how am I supposed to go up against that? Well, you band with these other guys and have your own shiny badge, and it's shiny badges versus shiny badges, and it starts down the road. And
okay, Ernie, when your airship that you're captain over, or admiral, right? You're self-commanding admiral. When your airship winds up flying over my airspace on my property, who do I call? Or I just shoot you down? I'm just curious.
You can. And whatever you think serves your best interest. I don't know how much pirate shipping I want to be shooting at, but I mean, it's always what people perceive in their self-interest. And they perceive that a lot of times they want to have this collective and the sheriff be doing whatever, and you can't come into our town without disarming and checking gun, whatever the hell you want to do. I'm like, all right, well, then do you go to that place or you don't go to that place? You got to have the freedom to make decisions. No, we need to have a big giant to tell everybody what they can and can't do. Well, okay, I'll go over here. No, you're not allowed to escape. You were born with a brand of whatever the hell. Now, this one article here, I want to certainly get this in before we finish.
Go ahead and finish up with that. Go ahead.
Forget the Russians. It's the Federal Reserve seeking to meddle in our elections. Now, this is a Ron Paul weekly column in here, but you get it down to the end here. They just kind of eliminated all facade of whatever. Last week, the facade of the Federal Reserve independence was dealt a severe blow. Ironically, the person who broadcast to the world that the Fed is anything but independent was ex-New York Fed President Bill Dudley. Okay? Now, Bill Dudley wrote that Trump's reelection arguably presents a threat to the United States. Okay? Now, this is Dudley. He's the ex-New York Fed President. Okay? And this is what he's saying. Trump's reelection arguably presents a threat to to the United States and global economy. Got to throw the global in there. And if the goal of monetary policy is to achieve the best long-term economic outcome, the Fed's officials should consider how their decisions would affect the political outcome of 2020. So here we have the Federal Reserve, the New York Fed President Bill Dudley X. He goes, hey, man, the Fed needs to, take into consideration whatever they do and how it would affect the 2020 presidential outcome. So they are announcing that the Federal Reserve is going to get involved in the 2020. Like, you forget the Russians. There ain't going to be no Russian thing. It's going to be the Federal Reserve is going to make their decisions based on the impact of 2020 elections. And that right there tells you everything you need to know. Do they or do they not make decisions based on elections? You damn skippy they do. So tell me how independent they are, or how independent the presidency is from the Federal Reserve, much less the other way. So I'm going, this is all, you're not going to fix it politically. It's philosophically. And it's just general public opinion. And the amount of, street cred I get with that saying, I don't even really care. But it's going to happen. It's going to be neon flashing. I told you so. But are you ready? That's what we're working on. We're trying for me, my family, my friends, my neighbors, my area, my philosophy is to create as many tools and awareness to make it so that you can have the power to influence your friends, your family, your neighbors, and make it easy as possible to do so that you're done, you sent it, you know they got it, your opinion is well heard and understood, and then later they'll come. Don't try and change them. You just want to inform them. You don't got to convince them. You just got to make sure they understand why you're so convinced. That's it. All the other stuff takes care of itself with time. I guarantee it. But if you're advocating for another collective for people to jump into, in the end, even if you win, now I got another collective I got to deal with. Quit. Stop.
Ernie, I agree, and I don't want to sound like I'm playing semantics with this, but and this is something we've chatted on the show about. We'll talk later. We got to finish up, but I'll tell you, and I don't have an easy answer for this, but there's a difference between a collectivist thinking versus culture. I mean, at what point does one morph into the other? And that's kind of what I think we're all wrestling with. I mean, to you, it's a collective. If we're all laughing at Dave Chappelle, or at least like most of us, are we laughing because we're part of a culture, or are we part of a collective that all has groupthink because we all agree that his humor is funny, where some Muslim may not find it funny, or some Japanese person can't understand the context and won't find it funny. So this is where culture and collectivism, there's a fuzzy line there, and you can't always lump them all together. That's what we're fighting over. And that's why you're seeing the schism with many libertarians or libertarian conservatives like the Alex Jones types, right? Or myself, is I still identify with libertarian philosophy, but I think the culture is more important and has bequeathed the libertarian philosophy and libertarianism our country was founded on. So it's kind of like the circular argument. And I think that's the discrepancy here. But I think more and more people are finding this. I think more libertarians are starting to see this. Definitely the moderates, which is what the whole show last week and this week I keep trying to push, or at least illuminate, is that the moderates are taking sides. I mean, if the Queen of England is finally taking a side, which is unprecedented in this case, you're seeing that people are putting their own issues. And I almost said pet issues, and I don't in any way want to think something like abortion or the Federal Reserve are pet issues. These are extremely serious issues, clearly. But each side has their own that they find is a very important issue. But it's like it comes a point where we keep doubling down, expecting the whole world to follow our one position when we've been celebrating diversity for so long that we have our own bubbles and we're not listening to each other. So everyone thinks their issue is the most important. On this channel, it's the Federal Reserve and get all the troops out of every single country, pull the troops home. Nothing else to talk about, hands over ears, done. Whereas you got people on the left that'll say the opposite. To them, it's climate change. Like, why worry about the Federal Reserve if the planet is dying? I mean, that's how they see it.
I don't know. So Bernie Sanders, climate change with the meat tax. If the cows are
Bernie Sanders and the meat tax, exactly. the meat tax. So anyway, I'm pointing out that I'm not in any way downplaying specific issues. I'm not trying to throw anything stupid Trump does, which, some policies I do not agree with, like with the so-called assault weapon modifications and all this. I mean, I can go after issues, but when it sounds like I'm being blind to the Trump train, I'm just drinking the Kool-Aid. It's not. I don't think most Americans who are supporting Trump are just drinking Kool-Aid. I think they finally see there's a bigger danger in this country, which is losing the glue that holds us together. And when Dave Chappelle is to come out and the comedians are under attack, and Chappelle is the front line to this, and for many reasons, I think he's going to open the gates for more people to start pushing back. We're seeing the pushback on all sides. That is what Donald Trump has led on. And it's not just Trump, it's many areas all coming together. And this next election is going to be a referendum on American culture. That's what it's going to be a referendum on. It's not going to be abortion.
If
not the
election process was accurate,
America?
I don't trust the result. I don't give a crap what their computer says. I can't. I don't trust them. It doesn't matter anyway. Even if it was accurate, I got the majority rules. See, the majority of the people agree with you, Frank. Woohoo, you win. What the hell does that mean? I don't care if the majority agrees with me. I believe I own myself and I can do whatever I want. I'm not bothering you. Peace out. No, you got to be under control. Blah, 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 blah. Well, I didn't win.
Wait. How are you talking about polls? What are you talking about? I'm not talking about polls. I'm talking about that people can have a civil conversation and just talk about issues. That people can post things online and not be censored or shadow banned.
Yeah, how's that working out?
The fact that people can have a comedian and we can laugh at jokes that we have the last 50, 100, 200 years in this country. Don Rickles and Johnny Carson. George Carlin is the big hippy dippy. George Carlin is Mr. San Francisco.
They would have shot him.
And you couldn't even show his comedy special. His comedy would be banned by the same progressive leftists that embraced George Carlin. That's how far off the map we've been. That is what
you watch a George Carlin video, and God forbid on one of the streaming channels of whatever, and all of a sudden, then they start showing them all, and all the George Carlin specials that they had on HBO or whatever, and I'm going, wow, that stuff is still out. You get people to start watching old George Carlin comedy specials, and they'll go, damn, where the hell has this gone? Well, Chappelle was the very beginning of Here It Comes Again. And it's going to be the pendulum always swings. This is one thing Vince Soprano had said in the immigration discussion with Davi. He's going, yeah, the pendulum's going to go right. It's coming back fast. It's probably going to go further than I'm comfortable with, but it's coming. And I'm going, yeah, this pendulum who's out there kind of push, whoa, trying to slow it down, going both sides to try and get a, kind of a median here, or just screw the pendulum. I don't give a crap about the pendulum. What does the pendulum have to do with me? I'm pirate and decentralized. Bite me. Then what? So this is, it's playing out right, not later. And when I keep saying it won't happen all at once, but it will happen overnight, I was afraid if Monday wasn't a holiday, it might have been then. Because today, what do we got? Here we go. Silver's over $19. It's $19.15 now. It's up to 74 cents today. Gold is up. It's $15.47. We have Bitcoin is now at 10,600. It was $1,200 less. What? Yesterday or the day before? It's starting to happen. And when silver,
go ahead.
I am the silver guy. I've been just screaming silver. And silver, and Bitcoin may go a bunch in one of these little but silver. What's your opinion on precious metals?
Well, I go beyond just precious. I go with the exotic precious.
Yeah.
Ruthenium, rhodium, iridium, these things, that's a whole other story. By the way, iridium is the fine line that we found in the fossil record that from the asteroid that killed the dinosaurs. It's kind of just fascinating that iridium is typically from meteors, and that is what the cloud, that layer was, the line that demarcated before and after the dinosaurs. And iridium is the only element, the main element that is a metal that is liquid and can still conduct electricity. And that iridium is what's in your smartphones. Every touch screen on the planet uses iridium. So I'm just saying it's a very unique metal.
So in Dr. Frank's shelf, he has meteors.
Yeah, I definitely love meteors. So let me finish on this point, going back to culture. And that is, you and I have had these have these debates. I do think it's easier for people to see this when they've traveled and lived overseas, not going to England, not partying at the Hard Rock Cafe somewhere. I mean, if actually lived in third world countries, other places, you see it more. And we've talked about this on the show prior. But understanding culture is kind of like it's like when the MIT people try to understand robotics and make a robot walk, like just trying to analyze the human gait and say, okay, how can we just, and just translate this and make a robot walk? It was one of the hardest things to do. I mean, we walk and it's so easy. My 2-year-old's running around. It seems so easy. You just do it. But to try to break it down in your head, what goes on in order to figure out how to balance and walk is exceptionally difficult. And that's what I mean with culture. Americans take it so for granted. And a lot of it is because they don't travel. And also we export our culture everywhere. So everywhere you go, everyone knows who Elvis and Michael Jackson is, and they accept the dollar. And they all know about Neil Armstrong. So it's easy just to assume the whole world thinks this way. But here's the example that I'll end on this. As far as comedy and culture, I think it's my best example I can give. And that is the infamous Abbott and Costello, Who's On First bit. And if anyone listening doesn't know this, you're not American enough. And, to definitely look it up. Perhaps we can put it up. And granted, I'm being a little flippant. It's an old time bit from the black and white days. But Abbott and Costello had this bit about who's on first. And it was just this discussion about Abbott trying to explain to Costello. I'm sorry, it was Costello, right? No, it was Abbott. Yeah. No, it was Costello.
Costello was the big guy, right?
Yeah. It was Costello was the short guy. And he was trying to explain to Abbott about what was going on with this baseball game and talking about which players were on base and first base and second base. But the joke was that their names were what and why and when and how. Yeah,
I don't know.
And I don't know. So that was the name of the players, and he's trying to explain.
I don't know. Third base.
He goes, I don't know. Is on first. He goes, what do you mean you don't know? And it goes back and forth. Now, most of you know the bit. Check it out. It's the classic American comedy.
You just put who's on first, and it'll pop up everywhere, I'm sure.
Yeah, just put on who's on first, and it's classic, and it's like ground zero Americana comedy. You need to know if you don't know it. Anyway, the point is, in order to understand that routine, which is, Seinfeld will say it's like the top of the list. It's the ground zero of all comedy of America. Think about how many, like robotics, how many components you need to understand that humor. First, you have to understand English. You also have to understand baseball. Because if you don't understand baseball, which is an American sport, then what do you mean by who's on first or second or home run? Like, you don't even understand the concept. Which is there. Then, of course, you have the nuances of the facial nuances. When Abbott will sit there and laugh, or when Costello's getting frustrated and he pouts. I mean, that's kind of it's a certain facial humor. Remember, Asians in many cultures don't use their faces in that way to express part of their emotions or joke. You also have to understand, the context of all of this and the timing. There is so much that goes into telling that joke. So the nuances, we take it for granted. But if you come from another country, and even if you barely speak English, even if you speak English, I often say, if you don't laugh or at least get the joke, I mean, it's an old joke, but if you don't get it, then you have not assimilated enough. And it doesn't mean you're not welcome to this country, and I'm not doing anything like that. But if we have more and more people coming here who don't understand, or if we have more and more people that are in our own bubbles from online sources as we decentralize and go our own way culturally, we get to a point where we cannot even agree that that's funny, or at least understand the joke. And if we get to that point, then that unity and glue is what will force a type of civil war. It will, because when you can't recognize your neighbor, then it's easy for them to become the enemy. And that is what we're trying to stop. And hence, when Donald Trump gets up there and he plays the WWE wrestling, which, by the way, Donald Trump is the only president that's actually been inducted in the worldwide the Wrestling Hall of Fame. So that's another thing that he has on his docket. He's actually in the Wrestling Hall of Fame. But anyway, when he gets up there and he starts touting the media, it's the equivalent of the WWF. He's sitting there, taking out the heel, and you've got Hulk Hogan versus Roddy Piper, and they're yelling with microphones, and the crowd is cheering. I mean, they're kind of in on the act. They find it fun. They're kind of just laughing around the unity of this. That is what Donald Trump is doing. He plays the media as the heel in wrestling, except they don't understand the concept. they've lost the idea. Wrestling is not real, or maybe it is, but the point is we all get it. We find it fun in different ways. But anyway, it's culture, it's humor, and Dave Chappelle and what the moderates are finally standing up and doing is saying, we are the moderates. They are the glue between the left and the right. And they have to make a stand. What is the future of America? What is American culture to them, to us? And which side will they pick? Like the Queen of England, and that's Dave Chappelle and the moderates. And Tulsi Gabbard is, I think, part of that moderate surge. But of course, she gets wiped out. And the left is, or the Democrats are seeing it just as we saw what happened to Ron Paul. So the exposure is happening. They can't escape it. And that is going to be the legacy of Donald Trump. I've said over and over, it's going to be, I think, well, one is surviving the economic depression that we're going to go through. And that's why it's really important that our country has some kind of unity in culture. We can't save it. We can't stop what's going to happen. But what we need to do is be unified and know what America is, so we can, like during the Great Depression, we can help our neighbors and not be at odds. And we recognize that the progressive left is a subset of a loud minority, and they have hijacked this country along with the globalists. Once we turn them off and we finally just shut them out, then the rest of America, 80-90% of us, in my belief, can start to unify about how to clean up this crap somehow to be able to talk. So that, I think, is what Trump will be known for, is getting us through this greater depression. Number two, of course, is breaking down the media and being the transition piece from the old legacy world of media that's been around for hundreds or thousands of years, depending how you interpret it, to a decentralized form of information that's never been seen in humankind. And Trump and Brexit and this moment is during this transition. And thirdly, as far as American policies, what Trump will be known for definitely is the change in the Supreme Court. I've said this over and over, and whether some of us like having a Supreme Court that leans too far right or not, it's fascinating that you have the globalists and all of the work that they did pushing the country one direction and changing the rules over and over and trying to get rid of the Electoral College and on and on and on, and breaking down barriers and borders. And it's like karma. And so we had such a push with globalists pushing that view that the kickback karmically is now we're going to have a Supreme Court leaning right for the next couple of generations, almost like the founding fathers predicted or set up this beautiful system that I know you like to poke holes at, but I think it's a beautiful system that has somehow karmically allowed this realignment and the balancing that it was designed to do. Anyway, last words from you, Ernie, then I have to go.
No, I think we're good. We covered it. It's coming. It's now. It's already started to happen. We have over the last couple of years, from certainly down 20-30% in housing cost in Dubai over the last few years. Australia's going down. The U.S. is starting to go down. They're all going down, and it's always been, their answer has been manipulation from the Fed, and I don't think it's going to work this time. And even if it does, it just made it worse. So we're going to have to hunker down, and their standard of living is going to go to crap. There's going to be a reset on the value of property. My children, I got two of my children and their families are waiting. They've squirreled away and buying and selling their properties, and now they're renting, and they're sitting on a nice chunk of money, and they're looking to upgrade, and they're waiting for the real estate to take a dump, and then so hopefully there'll be low interest rates at the same time, or hell, just pay cash. It goes bad enough. And, they're going to go, and we're going to be riding it up again because we, listen to Frank, or Dad or something. So this is going to be a benefit to a lot of people that understand what's going on. But what about your extended family and friends? What about other people are just, it doesn't do you any good. Woohoo, I got 1,000 more square feet of my home with an extra garage. But now, what am I looking at? All my friends are not doing well. So I don't know what the win is there. So we're just trying to make it to where we can maintain our humanity. And those that have been listening to this show for a long time, been doing this since 2003. So what is that? 16 years. And my whole thing has been this. In the end, my goal is that we maintain our humanity, that I am able to remain a nice guy, that nobody had to get hurt, nobody had to be defended against, nobody was part of the problem and had to be dealt with that, and kind of, bad stuff happens. So I want for us to be able to be good Americans, and what does that mean? Well, the first thing is mind your own business. Don't break stuff, don't steal stuff, and you can put food on your family. And as long as you can do that, then you'll probably be okay. But it's going to get bad. And I'm just, is Trump the salvation of this? No. He's a side effect of the people just starting to rise up for what? That's being controlled. So we're trying to stop the control, because that's what we do. I'm good.
Agreed. Trump is the side effect. He's not the solution. He's the side effect, a symptom of the underlying problem. And I think he knows that, and most people supporting Trump know this as well. So we're on unity. And Ernie, if you decide to vote next time for Donald Trump, I will let you ride my motorcycle to the voting poll place. That's the deal.
I'll ride your motorcycle to the voting place and let you vote for me. Frank and I did this before, because I'm disabled. I don't know how.
I got to sweeten the deal.
I'm like this. You can have somebody help you, and I go, Frank, help me. He did it wrong, but help me, okay? So I'm just like, what? I need some help. Yeah, I'll do that. Frank can help me. He can help me. Because that's how much I believe. I don't care. It's just so, they go, well, Ernie, you're not. We can't. What? I can't have help. I'm voting disabled, man.
That was a classic day, Well,
I forgot all about that.
The Democrats have to give you free Obama phones in order to vote. So for me, I got.
What election was that for anyway? I don't even remember. Was it some city? Was it major? Yeah, it was the 18 election or something, wasn't I? See, and I don't care. Okay, but I get a motorcycle ride.
Yeah, there we go. We got to sweeten the deal.
I know that's illegal. No, I would never do that. That'd be illegal. I'm not doing that. I'm just, as far as everybody knows.
We have a whole year to iron it out. Here we go. All right, buddy. I'll catch you later, and everybody have a great weekend. We will see what Donald Trump does by next week. It's got to be something fun.
Something. All right. Peace, guys. Bye.